Good morning, Mr. Kaul. Good morning, Mr. Ravindra Dolare ji.
Good morning, very good morning.
So we are just waiting for like three more speakers to join. We just spoke to them. They are joining in 2 minutes. So we will then start as soon as they join.
Good morning, Vipar Ravindra this side.
Good morning, Ravindra ji.
Vibha, are you hearing me? Hello? Vibha ji? Hello? Vibha?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was on a call.
Yeah, there is one Mr. Avdesh Singh. He's from which
No,
department?
no, he's from the technical team, sir.
Your technical team.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Kishore is facing some technical issues, so he's trying to resolve that. So he will be joining in 2 minutes. Mr. Chindi Vasudepa is joining in 1 minute.
Okay. And Dr. Najib?
I'm just talking to him. One second. Dr. Nachiket is joining right away.
Right.
Puneet, if you can hear me, please call Mr. Kishore Rawale. I believe he's facing some technical issues. Avdesh?
Yes, ma'am.
Avdesh?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please ask Puneet to check with the Mr. Kishore Rawale once?
Okay, ma'am.
So, Mr. Kaul, your session is for 2 hours, 10 to 2 p.m., 10 to 12 p.m.
Yeah.
And we will be giving around 25 minutes to each and every speaker to speak. So in case you have any questions in between, you can ask the questions also.
Means 4 into 5, you can include me also. 5 into 20
Yeah,
means
yeah.
100 minutes and 20 minutes for
Ji, ji,
discussions.
ji,
Right?
ji, ji.
That's fine.
So Dr. Nachiket has also joined. So good. Welcome, Dr. Nachiket.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mr. Call, if you permit, we can start the session and maybe, the rest two speakers will join later.
I think for Dr. Vasudeva, we wait for another 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Due to Bharat Bandh, their office is closed today. So he's going to log in from his house. So I believe he's just trying that. I just spoke to his office.
Dr. Nachiket, pleasure seeing you.
Yes.
This is PL
Thank
Call
you.
here. We
Okay.
haven't met so far, but I have been interacting with the CIFET very much.
All right.
I have been former president of All India Food Processors Association, and for last 40 years, I am operating as an engineering consultant to food processing industry.
Okay. Nice meeting you. At least I am unable to see you though.
Yeah, oh, that is for the administrator to switch on my.
Is it?
Is it okay now? Are you seeing me?
Mr. Call, you will have to switch on your video on your own. We cannot control your device.
I have already switched on.
No, but we can't see you. It seems you're on a phone. Is it?
No. Yes, I switched on.
No, then you will have to, press a button called Start Video. It will show on the bottom of your screen. You just press that
Oh,
button.
yes. Already done.
Be able to see your face. Now we can see you. We
Oh,
can see
beautiful.
black screen.
Do I look very well?
No, you are
At the moment,
it's
we
a
can
black
see only
screen.
black screen. So I think your hand is in front of the camera. Just remove your fingers from the camera.
No, it is not there.
Yes. Now we can see something. I think you are using your rear camera.
Chair or something.
Use your front camera. At present, we are able to see some text, notes.
Yeah, that is your back camera that we can see. You need to change the position of your camera.
You need to use your front camera.
I'm pressing all the buttons. I don't know. Technically,
Wherever camera sign is there, you place it. So it might change the camera from back to front. Yes.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it's perfectly okay.
Yes, now we can see you.
Oh, beautiful. Now it is done, huh? Yes, Dr. Nachiket, I was telling you that when this Ministry for Food Processing was formed,
Okay.
and the ministry formed a think tank, he told us that we don't know how to, what is this ministry all about. So he formed a think tank, and I had the pleasure of being a member of that think tank.
So nice, sir. So nice.
Mr. Paul, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa has also joined.
Oh, beautiful. Then we can start.
So Dr. Vasudevappa, can you hear me? Maybe we can, we want to check your camera and okay, we can see you now.
Okay. Thank you. So, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
So if we have your permission, can we start now?
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely.
So I welcome everyone for day 2, technical session 4. So yesterday we had 2 jam-packed sessions. So the sessions were like a great success. So the 2 sessions that we had organized yesterday, one was moderated by Dr. C.D. Mai, which was on food technologies in food processing sector. And we discussed its status and needs. And the next section that we had organized was moderated by Dr. K.S.M.S. Raghav Rao, who is the ex-director of CFTRI. And again, it was jam-packed sessions. And the topic that we had discussed was new R&D paradigms in food processing sector. And the third sector again, which, we get the maximum participation was for supply chain management. This particular session was moderated by Dr. Sarvanan Raj. He is Director, Agriculture Extension Manage. So again, we had good number of participation in that session. So with new day, second day, we are starting with technical session 4, which is new technologies, food losses and wastages. This session will be moderated by Mr. P.L. Kaul. Mr. P.L. Kaul is a past president of IFPA. So I now request Mr. P.L. Kaul to take over the session and introduce yourself and your speakers. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this great session. Thanks to Agro Vision for organizing this beautiful webinar of 2 days. I had the pleasure of participating in all the sessions yesterday. It was very, very well done. Well, I feel greatly pleased and privileged to have a panel of great speakers, esteemed, very, very learned speakers with Dr. Vasudevappa in the lead. We have been together on many seminars together, and we know we have depth of knowledge from him. Every time we are able to understand and learn new avenues. Dr. Nachiket Kotwaliwale, Director CFTR, CIFET. I have had a great, relationship with CIFET, but I think he must have recently joined or about a year, 2 years back. CIFET, as we know, has done a UMN job. They are doing an excellent job, and they were the first in the country to quantify the food losses, right? And I don't know if they have updated it, but we have the updated version from the Ministry of Food Processing Industry. So until then, it was only an off-the-cuff, figure given by Dr. Swaminathan many decades back. But then there was, that we used to add the index, adding up every year, but it was CIFET who quantified. They did an overall countrywide survey and quantified the losses, which data we still have with us. We have Mr. Ravindra Dolare also with us from Ecozen. Ecozen is a very, forward-looking company started by 3 IIT graduates as startups. If I am correct, Mr. Devendra Gupta, Prateek Singhal, and Vivek Pandey, and they have come out with some innovative ideas like EcoFrost, solar-based, solar-based cold storages, solar-based solar pumps, and so on and so forth. And it's a great thing when youngsters from institutes of excellence like NIFTM come out and start on their own, beaming with confidence that they can meet success. It's a great thing for the country, for the future of food processing industry as such. I hope Mr. Kishore Rawale has also joined. Has he joined, Mr. Rawale?
Yes, he has joined.
Yes,
Okay. He is the in charge of fresh export from Jan Farm Fresh Foods Limited. The country doesn't need introduction to Jan Farm, Jan irrigation system, Jan Farm Foods. They have done an excellent job. My hats off to the visionary, great Mr. Bawarilal Jain, who started this company, looking at the future. Now, if you see, if this same model is emulated by many other corporate sectors, see where the country is going to march forward in the world. By now they have they handle 175,000 tons of mango. They handle 200,000 metric tons of onion and vegetables, 40,000 tons of banana, and 10,000 metric tons of contract farming they are doing. And they have 12,000 associates, 33 manufacturing plants with turnover of 11,000 crores by now. So it's the greatest thing, particularly on the subject matter which we are going to discuss today. That is how to prevent food losses. So coming back to this subject, I want to share some interesting data with you. You see, harvest, I look at the global scenario. Harvest and post-harvest losses in global scenario as per the FAO figures is 1.70 billion metric tons. Colossal figure all over the world. It is food wasted and lost, 1.70 billion metric tons. And it is not only food loss. With that food loss, we have economic loss, which is estimated at $1 trillion because of this. We have environmental loss, which is estimated at $700 billion. We have social loss, estimated at $900 billion. What is this environmental loss? It is not food loss only. For example, I tell you, for producing 1 kg of wheat, we use 1500 liters of water, 1500 kg of water. So that's a loss if we lose 1 kg of wheat. For 1 kg of rice, we need 3500 kg of water. So if we lose that 1 kg, see what loss, and water is anyway now scarce all over the world. So we have to take care of. Now, land loss. We have utilized so much of land for producing this food. Then there is manpower loss, how much manpower we have used for producing this food. So it is overall loss. It is not only food loss. We have to see in totality what this loss means. So this is the loss, harvest and post-harvest loss. But far more colossal figures is food wastage. Food which is ready to eat, food. Food Wastage Index Report of 2021 prepared by UNER, means UN Environmental Program, in 2019. Food waste worldwide is 931 million metric tons. 931 metric tons. What it comes from? That is household waste is about 61%. Food services waste, means restaurants and dhabas and all that, is 26%. And from retail loss, it is 13%. The interesting figure that emerges out from the same report is, if this total quantity of food is loaded in 40 metric tons or 40 metric ton trucks, you need 23 million trucks. And if you put them bumper to bumper, they will circle the globe, they will circle this earth 7 times. So that is the loss. But what is the difference between initial loss and this loss is that initial loss, food loss, means the farmers lose, the consumers lose, and for the ready to food loss, which I have told you just now, colossal figures, isme the country loses. This, if we were able to harness, collect this food, it would have reduced the hunger of the world, which is at the moment about 11% of total food world population. The global hunger at the moment is estimated at 11% worldwide of the total population. That means 858 million people all over the world suffer from hunger. Now, if we come to our own Indian scenario, in India, India at the moment in global hunger index stands at 72 number out of 113 countries. So it is shameful. It is shameful when we produce so much of food, so much of food. Why should a population of our country suffer from hunger? Means we have to prevent these losses somehow or the other. In India, we have 14% of the children suffering from malnutrition. Infant mortality is highest in the world in number, 28 per thousand. Stunted children, 37.4% below the age of 5 years. Wasted children, 17%. Now you can imagine this is shameful. If we are able to save this wastage and forward this wastage to these poor malnutrition population of the country, see what good we are going to do for this country. And 200 million people, means 20 crore people in India are facing hunger, and even at present standards. So the relevance of the topic today is not only of national importance, it is of global importance as well. But if we have to care for our country, and we have got to take advantages, we have got to understand this scourge faced by the country, and we have to collect all technological means to stop this somehow. Ever since now, I am in food engineering business for last 35 years, and every year, twice, thrice, 4 times we hold seminars and discuss these things. Why it takes 40 years that we are not able to come out of this terrible phenomena. Means that we gather together, we discuss technology issues. We have people, we have technocrats, stalwarts like Dr. Vasudevappa and everybody. We discuss among ourselves. And when there are, we invite mantris and bureaucrats to inaugurate. Every time after 10 minutes, mantri says, I have been called by the parliament. There's a question hour going on, so I am going there. Immediately after 10, 15 minutes of that, the honorable secretary says, oh, I have been called by. So we keep on discussing among ourselves. And of course, we have the directive to forward the findings of the seminar or webinar to us. We'll take the action. But who bothers? They are so busy people. And the policies that emerge out of them are the same what they think they are right. What technocrats say, I don't think, if they had the intention to do it, what we have done, then we would have come out of this problem. Now, what kind of wastages? Now let us come to we are talking about the wastages today, which come from farming and post-harvest, right? Because of these wastages, our farmers are suffering, our consumers are suffering, and the whole chain is suffering. We don't discuss at the moment of the food, ready-to-eat food losses, because this is our concern at the moment. We have to look after farmers. Now, there are two kinds of foods. One is perishable, that is fruits and vegetables, milk, poultry, livestock, and fish, etc. Then there are non-perishables. They also suffer from losses that CFET will bear with us. They also suffer from about 6 to 10% loss. Why? Because it is eaten by non-perishables are eaten by rodents. They suffer from insects. They suffer from wastages. The storages are open mostly in the open, so it gets lost. Birds eat them. Birds shit on them, so they become inedible. But perishables we have discussed a number of times. We need to support our supply chain, collection from farmers, post-harvest management. Immediately, it should go to the cold storages. Surplus should be shifted immediately to markets of demand, and it should go to processing centers. We have to process it for value addition, and all these things are all very well known. So how do we implement these systems and what the country should do? What do we recommend today? Once again, what is the possibility? Now, these technologies, again, they are product to product oriented. For example, it is easy to store apple without affecting its natural properties for 7 to 8 months under controlled atmosphere cold storages. But same is not true for tomatoes. Even in controlled atmosphere cold storage, they have a life of maybe 6 weeks maximum. So the prevention of losses, cold storages, and handling losses, they depend on the technology, depends on product to product. Similarly, in fruits, for example, apple, if it is in controlled atmosphere cold storage, it remains farm fresh for 7 to 8 months. But it is not true for stone fruits like apple, like peach, plum, this apricot, cherry. Cherry is short-lived, 10, 15, 20 days total farming period, harvesting period. Lychee. So all these technologies are dependent on product to product, and they are dependent on place to place. What is applicable at one place is not applicable to other place. I am at the moment getting one technology foresight study done for TIFAC. On our first focus is on Northeast. So Northeast, it is a difficult situation. The vegetables and fruits are grown on mountains. So the collection system, post-harvest system, and transportation system has to be totally different, technologically different what is applicable on plains. So it is product to product based, it is place to place based, it is on the infrastructure based. What is the infrastructure? So why is it not happening? Is it because entrepreneurs from corporate sector, etc., are not coming forward to emulate what Jan Irrigation has done. I am very happy at the moment. I share with all my esteemed speakers today. I am very happy that the new generation of startups have started coming. I have groomed up 2 startups from institutes of management. One has gone to Kodgad in Shimla. They have set up a unit there and doing very well, involving local labor and local fruit, producing high-tech jams and all that, and doing well. Another from IIM Ahmedabad, 2 students have gone to Northeast. They have set up the unit there, processing ginger, collecting from farmers, having post-harvest management, processing in Siliguri and Skim, and now they are established. But I want to convey to the policymakers how these youngsters have suffered. They say finance is available. They have been running from pillar to post to every bank, and it took them 2 years to convince some bank who have financed them. So banks are apathetic to be generous on awarding the loans. Second is the financial constraints are still there. Procedural delays are there. So many compliances are there. I say there is in food processing also. I share with you my own experience. There unease of doing business, rather ease of doing business, even persisting today. So all policymakers, my appeal to policymakers is, please discuss with us. We will tell you one by one what are the hindrances, why this food processing is not growing the way we had thought of, the way our new government, and when it came into power in 2014, it had big plans. Why they are not? You know that it is not happening. So with these words, I don't want to spend more time. Let us hear from the esteemed, learned speakers. I start with you, Dr. Vasudevappa, and please share with us whether I have been right, I have been wrong. Actually, what is the way forward? How do we go before? Why it is not happening? What we plan, what we suggest, what we recommend, why it is not happening, why it is not taking off from the ground. Dr. Vasudevappa.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, and very good morning to Kaul sir. Always, it's a pleasure to listen to you on many of the issues which you speak through experience. Of course, I have my good friend also, Dr. Nachiket, and probably Avdesh Singh, who are also the panelists. And probably this is one thing which I would say is a very important topic, because I know we have been producing huge quantity of food. Is it being used, or is it being properly processed or properly stored? I think these are the issues which otherwise would lead to a lot of wastage, because I know we are still growing in this direction. Probably if you look at the global availability of food for consumption, it is something like 5.3 billion tons. Huge. But anyway, as was said by Dr. Kaul Saab, I think as per the UNEP estimates, it is 931 million tons, which amounts to 17% of the food that is available is wasted. Which, as he said rightly, it is. And I was surprised to see that households contribute to a major extent for the food loss. So that means if you look at this food loss and the loss of food globally, which I would say is almost equivalent to what we produce in India. See, we are a country with say about 900 million tons of food production. So almost it is equal to that. I think that's where probably we need to really retrospect ourselves. Otherwise, it becomes very, very difficult. In the sense, of course, globally, even if you look at the per capita level of wastage, it is around 121 kgs. And out of which, again, 75% is wasted through households. So that means we are not properly storing in the house, nor utilizing it, nor I would say it is distributed to the people who are really required and who require food. I think that's where I think we are at a very big, I would say, bad end. And of course, among the South Asian countries, probably I think India is the country which loses not much of food compared to them. But individually, it may be less, but our population is huge. So that means we are number one among Southeast Asia losing a lot of food that is produced, which accounts to something like about 50 kg per capita, compared to maybe 82 kgs in Afghanistan or 79 kg in Nepal, 76 in Sri Lanka, even in Bangladesh, it is 65 kg. That means the food that is produced, a lot of it is wasted, and which otherwise would have been used properly. And of course, as per the FAO estimates, 690 million people are in hunger. As was said, the hunger index, we stand at 70, 72. But if you look at the whole population, as per FAO, the whole world, 3 billion people, they cannot afford to get a healthy diet. That means the huge, I would say, almost 1/3 of the people of the world are not getting the desired or the required food, which otherwise would have been, especially helpful in building their, I would say, the mental and physical health. And of course, household wastages, if you see, probably I was just surprised. This came in the newspaper, that UNEP report. And the worst 5 in the whole world is Nigeria with 189 kg per capita. Rwanda, it's 164. Greece, 142. Britain is, Bahrain is 132, and Malta is 129 kgs. Even in G7 countries, there also the food wastage is not small. France is something like 85 kgs, Canada 79 kg, UK is 77 kgs, Germany 75 kgs, Italy is 67, even Japan, I thought Japan would be the lowest as far as the food wastage is concerned, but it is also 64, and USA it is 59. Compared to them, probably we are at a better position, but we need not pat our back on this, because the population what we have is very huge. Probably that is the reason I always see how to reduce this wastage, and probably how to really, address the issue of hunger and malnutrition, which I would say is very prevalent in India. More than 25% of the population in India are suffering from hunger. And of course, malnutrition is very, very intense, especially among the women and children. This is something which we need to really be focusing. I know I don't want to talk much about, of course, Dr. Nachiket will be talking about his report, because NIFET prepared the report way back in 2016 or 17, and that has been referred now and then by everybody. And looking at, I would say, probably the processing loss, especially in terms of the food grains and all that, they say it's about 1%. I know we always think food grains are they are non-perishables. No, it is not. It is also perishable if it is not properly stored, if it is not properly, I would say, dried, and there will be a lot of other issues which will also create a lot of problem. Only thing we are worried or concerned is the horticulture, where the processing levels in horticulture is very, very poor. Though if you look at the whole loss, it is around, if as per FAO, including, I would say, the agricultural production systems and the post-harvest storage, handling, processing, and packaging, distribution, consumption, all put together, it is about 66% in India. That is huge. That means 2/3 of the horticultural crop that we are producing, we are losing. So it should not happen like that. I think that's where we need to be looking at it very seriously. If you look at only the post-harvest losses, may not be that alarming as compared to the world average of something like 40%. So that's where I think, there is a huge requirement of all of us to retrospect ourselves and to bring in some change in this direction, which can really help us to preserve more food, to provide it to many people, process it, value add, and see that even the waste is converted into a wealth. That's where is the concept today, which is being addressed every now and then. Of course, we know Gandhiji once said, to a man with an empty stomach, food is God. Even today, we all believe when you sit on the dining table, first we pay our pranams to food and then we start eating. So that means food is always God for all of us. So food wasted, again, that means here, I would say, maybe deceiving the God. So that's where I think we need to look at, and probably always we should make it a habit to put what is required on the plate rather than pouring everything and trying to waste later on. So that should not be the approach. Of course, as per the SDGs, I think, now I said 40% is lost. Even if we reduce it by 50% of it, so that means we will be at ease to maintain the whole population in the world without hunger. That is something which is a very, very, good and a required initiative we need to really look at. And the efforts, if you look at probably for preventing the food loss, and who are all the stakeholders, who are all the people who are to be involved in this, that is something which is very, very important. As we all know, it is, of course, the policymakers we always blame as technocrats, and the policymakers, they blame technocrats because we are not implementing. So these are the I would say, the tossing the ball game, which always happens. Probably, I know each one need not blame each other, but all the same, we should, as the girls have said, we should come together, try to understand, and bring in what is that really desired change that is really required in the whole system. Maybe I think the social functions, we have to be very cautious. Reduce or limit the number of guests and prepare less food. Even if you go half stomach, it doesn't matter. But always don't get the pride in wasting. That is something which I would say is very, very important. And another very important area where we are missing is the food safety and quality assurance infrastructure, which I would say is really thinly spread. That means this is one area where a lot of efforts are required. I know a lot of these, the funding is done by the government, especially the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, especially to create the infrastructure which is essentially required, including, I would say, processing. And of course, there is the Ministry of, I would say, the logistics, which is also creating a lot of, and the FCI, Food Corporation in India, they are also creating a lot of infrastructure in terms of storage of food and providing the logistics or the cold chains and things like that. And of course, recovery and distribution of surplus food. This is something which we always never think, because always the surplus food means you give it to some cattle or give it to some, just throw it on the street or on the roadside, things like that. It should not happen. So that is one thing which we have to really look at. Of course, modifying the label, especially the label which we are putting on the food, use by before, just before, no, best before, something like that. So that means the food is good best before such and such a date, not the the expiry date. Even that food also, I would say, with the expiry date also, a lot of food is wasted, which has been accounted very well nowadays. And of course, technological always, we may address these issues in many ways. Of course, there are many technological innovations which happen, that I'll speak at the end maybe. Other issues like the e-chopal aggregation, I think this is what Dr. Paul said, aggregation of the wasted food, or bring it together and make it into a value-added food or distribute it to the people who are in need. And maybe all the food parks, which could be the mega food park, agro processing clusters, or any of the sort of the food processing which is involved, has to be supported in a big way. Cold chain, value addition, and the preservation infrastructure again is very, very important. Cold chain nowadays, I know people have understood the quality is dependent on right from the point of harvest till it reaches the consumer or till it reaches the consumer's plate. So that is something which we need to really look at. Of course, another very important area is zero energy cool chambers. This is something, maybe the solar energy is something which we need to really tap, which otherwise available in plenty in India. So this is one area where we need to really put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, I know always we have a reason that the power availability is very poor in rural areas. So that should not be the approach. Probably a big policy change is required in this direction, which I feel people are addressing it. That apart, of course, another very important area according to me is the consumer awareness. So this, unless we do, probably I think we will not be addressing the real crux of the problem. I think that's where probably consumer awareness, like all these social organizations, whatever we call NGOs, FPOs, or self-help groups and things like that, they should take it on as a mission mode, approach, and probably to save food, and share joy initiative. I think this is something which is very, very important. And of course, unwanted food to community food banks. I think this is slowly getting the importance today. So community food banks, or some NGOs have started some food banks. They collect it from the city and then distribute it among the poor. I think this is another big initiative. Probably as we grow and once the quality of food is maintained, I think all these things are possible. Of course, organic food and sustainable dining and all those things are also becoming important. The gaps, if you see, probably, I know gaps are maybe the technical outreach. We are, I would say, as was said by Dr. Khalsa, we speak only in webinars, seminars, and things like that. And how many people will understand? Especially, are we reaching the real, I would say, the real stakeholders? That is something which is very, very important. And insufficient supply chain and logistics. This is again another very big gap, I would say. Mismatch between requirements and innovations. I know what is really required. Are we innovating? Are we giving solutions through innovation? I think this is again on the technical institutions which are really working on all these issues. And of course, the important thing is the consumer awareness, which I would say is again the topmost important thing. And if you look at the relevance to the Indian context, probably, I think it is something like 670 lakh tons of food is wasted in India alone, which amounts to something like 92 or 93 or 95,000 crore rupees. So that is a huge loss for the Indian economy. And we are seventh in food wastage across the whole globe. So that is again not to be very proud of. And then of course the 40% is the food that is wasted globally, as per the UNDP estimates. And if you look at the whole thing, probably the hunger index and all that, we are in a very, very bad shape. And I would even again say here, the stakeholders in food loss and wastage are could be the government, professional associations, maybe the academic and research institutions, consumer organizations again, and then the food business and industry associations, farmers and farmers associations, media. In fact, even I would say media. Media has to take this up in a very big way to promote or to reduce the food wastage. And then, of course, I would say the development partners, and the last but not the least is the citizens, who have a major stake in the entire thing. And as per the whole, I would say the food loss and wastage in the supply chain, if you look at, probably the developed countries, the wastage percentage is very high, something like 56% according to the estimates of FAO. And in India, of course, it's around 44%. Or developing countries, it's about 44%. That means a lot of food is wasted, whether it is wantonly or unwantonly. I think these things are happening, but we need to control or arrest some of these things. And I would just come to what are the steps in zero wastage system which can be established. Maybe reduce the amount of waste that is produced. That is one aspect which we have been talking. Reuse the materials repeatedly. Whatever is wasted, you try to reuse it and recycle the materials to make new products even. That would be another very important thing. And of course, recovering energy from the waste. I think these are a few things which I feel are very, very important in the present day context. And of course, coming to the technologies part of it, maybe I think we are driven by many new forms of food trends today. In India, of course, maybe because the COVID influenced things are also there, but all the same, we have what you call the personalized nutrition or organic foods, all natural foods, traditional foods, vegan foods, and things like that. Maybe e-platform foods. This has become a new concept, and the foods are not different as what we have processing or selling. And home cooked food, plant-based meat, Ayurveda products, packed versus loose foods, functional foods, nutraceuticals, immunity foods, convenience foods, and cut vegetables. I think these are the different names are given for the different kind of product, where processing is done to some extent, may not be with a little bit of value addition as well. So that is where I think we need to really look at. Of course, nowadays the new concept is the cloud kitchen and safe and new packaging systems. All these things I would say are influencing I would say the food wastage or reduction in the food wastage and losses and things like that. And probably one thing we need to really look at is, despite all these things, we are at a very poor level in terms of processing of food. Maybe US, if you see, it is about 80% of the food is processed. France is 70%. Again, Malaysia, I would compare ourselves with Malaysia, which is an Asian country. Probably 80% of the food is processed in Malaysia. And Thailand is 30%. At least we should be reaching, I would say, Thailand, which of course you see a lot of these processed foods even on the small petty shops and things like that, which otherwise doesn't happen in India. India, we are still at, I would say, about 10%. So that means looking at all this, probably the technological solutions which we always feel are very important is like, of course, there are many of the technologies which we have been talking today. And coming to the what you call the real required, I would say, possible emerging solutions. That is something which is very, very important. Maybe the cold chain infrastructure for horticultural supply. I think this is something which I would say is very, very important. And of course, the blockchain in food supply chains. This has become really very, very important for all of us. Otherwise, we will be losing a lot of food in the transit, in the logistics, and also in the storage. Then, of course, the robotics and drone technology, and maybe the other innovative ICT tools. These things are becoming very, very important today. Maybe RFID is one which is being used in the logistics. So then, of course, radio frequency detection system, that is something which is very, very found to be very important among AIs. Artificial intelligence again, and then advanced analytics, Internet of Things, IoT, now Internet of Everything. That's where I think the intelligent things and all that, robotic process automation. This also is gaining importance today. So probably I think the immersive technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality and things like that, there are some things which are very, very important. This apart, I would say we have all the technologies which are found to be very, very important for us for food processing. Like the latest technologies are like the cold plasma technology or pulsed electrified field and ohmic heating and biofortification, and even I would say fortification also, irradiation and hydrolysis of bio waste, protein-rich foods, and isolation and purification of bioactive peptides especially, and which are being used in nutraceutical and pharmaceuticals. And high pressure processing, maybe high pressure homogenization, ultrasound, three-dimensional printing. Now 3D printing has become very, very important nowadays. That is gaining a lot of importance everywhere to meet the requirements of the food industry. Maybe traditional food in packed form, this is what we have to be very, very cautious, because I know yesterday I had some discussion with some people where traditional foods are of high quality, but their shelf life is very small. How do we extend this? And how do we standardize these things? I think that is something which is very, very important. Of course, look for always health and wellness of the people. So these are some of the things which I would say are very important from the perspective of, one is of course the processing, value addition, quality management, storage, and of course then now the waste utilization is something which is very, very important. Probably fortification is another thing. Nowadays we are seeing a lot of oil being fortified, and of course the attas are being fortified, and probably even the nanobiotechnology involvement to have good packaging material, or maybe having some sort of a biodegradable packaging material. This is something I would say which is very, very important. And all these things have to be looked in holistically. And I would also like to make a mention here. NIFTEM, we have started an incubation facility. That is the NIFTEM innovation and incubation facility, which is already we have called for applications. 120 people have now applied. Out of it, we have shortlisted only 10. We are going to address some of these issues, give them all the opportunity to understand, to mentor them, and also give them sort of a hands-on experience, and maybe go for a micro level approach and then upscaling it. Probably I think these are some things which are essentially required, keeping in view 3 issues. The centers of excellences like waste to wealth is something which we always want to take care. And probably I think maybe the fortification, biofortification we are not addressing, only the fortification part of it. And of course the nanobiotechnology in food science and technology, and the packaging part of it. So with this, I thank you very much to the organizers and also Khalsa for giving me time to give out some of my, I would say, observations or opinions on how to reduce the food wastage in the years to come and what should be our approaches. Thank you very much. All the best.
Mr. Kaul, are you there? Mr. Kaul? Well, thank you, Dr. Vasudevappa, for your interesting, take on, managing the food wastage and all. So I think Mr. Kaul has disconnected. I can't see him.
No, it's okay now.
Okay, you are there. Okay,
Back
okay,
with you.
okay.
Dr. Daksa, thank you very much.
you.
Excellent, that presentation, excellent overview of the entire industry, but our focus has been on supply chain. In addition to that, you have further educated us on the technologies available and all that. But
Yeah.
as I told you, as I told in the morning, that we have got to go to the grassroots level.
Yeah.
Number one, we should not forget our land holding of our farmers is very small.
Yeah, right.
How to collect like milk, how to collect from farmers and put it in the nearest collection centers. One collection center should cater to at least about 50 to 100 farmers. So that easiness to prevent the wastage from farmer to collection centers. So these collection centers are absolutely important. And then primary processing centers. One primary processing center to cater to say about 50 or 40 of these collection centers. So that there is no time gap given from the harvesting to processing so that there is no wastage. This is very, very important. And then from these primary processing centers to main central processing units and the other areas, wholesale markets and retail markets. We have too many possibilities until this chain gets strengthened, it gets established, it gets very well thought of, it gets very well, implemented. This farm to fork wastage will always be there.
Yes.
That is number one. As I told you, we are getting a detailed study on technology foresight done on Northeast at the moment. Later on, through TIFAC, the Department of Science and Technology, will be covering the whole country. At the moment, our focus is on Northeast. Fruit and vegetable report on fruits and vegetables has already been launched. It has already been out on 10th of February. That was the TIFAC Foundation Day, and it is already there. I will have it sent to you if you haven't got a copy.
Yeah, that would be
Our next is on ethnic foods, which you touched later part of it.
Yeah, the traditional ethnic foods. Yeah.
In all over the 8 states of Northeast, fantastic types of ethnic foods being produced, but it is a household sector.
Yeah, right.
How to popularize it? How to carry these recipes to the mainstream?
Yeah.
And in order to give economic development to the all these kind of households. This report is coming out in another 10-15 days. I have indicated there how these household recipes, which are absolutely, they are health foods, they are based on natural products, natural farm produce. They are very tasty, excellent aroma, but confined to household sector.
Yeah.
So I have come out with the technological solutions with some resource people over there, and we have found the way how to pack it, preserve it, and popularize it all over. So that was your last point about ethnic food. Ethnic food. Then
that's very much required. Yes, sir.
Another point, Dr. Vasudeva, what you touched was the zero wastage.
Yeah.
The zero wastage. I am telling you that ODOP scheme.
Yes.
Food processing. So I have developed those notes for Minister of Food Processing, and I delivered the first lecture in Chittoor.
Okay.
Where it was based on tomato.
Yeah,
and
right.
I told them the tomato that you are processing and skin you are throwing out, which is burnt in the boiler. And this skin is full of nutrition.
Yes.
Polyolefins, resveratrol. That make food bars out of it and go give it to these malnutrition children suffering from malnutrition, or these women, poor women, and you will do a lot of. Similarly, in Krishnagiri, I delivered lecture on mango. The mango stones, there's a lot of nutrition, mango
Yeah.
flour, oil, and everything. So wastage, converting waste into wealth, what you touched in the later part of your, presentation, is also of absolute importance.
Yeah.
Then it is also amazing. It is also astonishing that in poor countries like Nigeria, why
Yes.
should the per capita wastage of food be
Yeah.
colossal?
180 tons.
199 kilograms.
Yeah.
199, there it is on.
Yeah.
199 kilograms. Huh? This is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
180 kilograms. Yes. Yes.
I can tell you in America, I have noticed if you order a glass of water, they bring such a big glass and it is full of ice.
Yeah.
You take one sip, and for making that ice, how much energy has gone in.
Yeah.
And if you order a sizzler for yourself,
Yeah.
it comes in a big portion which can feed 10 of us.
Yeah.
And
Right.
when they multiply it goes waste. So
Yes.
education is required. A lot of education is required in that field. Nevertheless, your presentation was excellent as usual. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
And we mean to join hands together. Let us develop together
Yes, sir.
a technology package
Yeah.
from farm to fork. What needs to be done? Low
Yeah, right.
technology. Another thing you touched, the solutions, modern technologies like efficient resources,
Yeah.
regenerative agri practices,
You're right.
low cost handling, storage, as you said,
You're right.
connectivity, wireless sensors through wireless sensors, monitors,
Yeah, right. ICTs. Yeah. Right.
end-to-end infrastructure, right? That is also very important. As you are aware that in Europe and America, I mean, all confectionery and bakery, they have shifted to 3D printing.
Yeah. Right.
So you
You're right,
have
sir. No,
the
especially the
so
child foods. Yeah.
slowly with centers of excellence and people like you leading these institutions, we are marching ahead and we will make a difference
Yes.
in the
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
near
Thank you.
future. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Now,
sir. Thank you.
may I invite Mr. Rawale to make his presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. It was wonderful to listen to you, Dr. Kaul and Dr. Vasudeva. It's really a treat to listen and to learn from the masters like you. I'm actually, I have a presentation, but I'm unable to share. I think the sharing link is, it is not enabled here. And even the video is not working. I'm sorry for that, but is my audio, or, I mean, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are
Yes.
very much audible, and the access to give presentation has been given to you.
Yes, now it is there. Let me just check that.
Yes, Mr. Rawale.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Please,
Just give me a moment, sir. Uh, yeah. Uh, So, it was wonderful to listen to you, sir. You have covered everything, the most of the things. One point maybe I would like to touch upon is, whatever you spoke, just the practical application of that, in case of banana value chain. Is the presentation visible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good. So, yeah, Dr. Kaul, Dr. Vasudeva, you have covered everything, really. And the one thing what Dr. Kaul said is we need to reach to the grassroots level. I won't be going in details of the figures and the technological part, what you covered, but maybe just, the product and the processes, what we develop to reduce and perhaps to prevent the food loss and the wastage in case of banana value chain. As Dr. Kaul, I think we process almost about 40,000 metric tons of banana, the largest one. And Jalgaon is the one of the biggest banana region in the country. And perhaps had it been a republic state, it would have been the seventh largest banana producing country in the world. So
आपका ये नहीं ऑन हो रहा है.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा अभी? Is it audible? Hello, is it clear now?
Mr. Kaul, may I request you to put yourself on mute?
Yeah, okay.
Please go ahead, sir. Mr. Rawale, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So banana is one of the most important crop nutritionally as well as from farmers' point of view and from all the stakeholders' point of view. What I'm going to do is here is I'm going to just speak about the processes what we developed to prevent the losses. Maybe the maybe future losses in the cultivation area, then in the cultivation part of the banana, then in harvest and post harvest, and then food processing. As Dr. Kaul said, we are a subsidiary of Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. I did not speak on it. Jain Farm Fresh, we actually process all tropical fruits and the onion and vegetable we dehydrate. We are one of the largest mango processors in the world and second largest in onion. We have plants in Jalgaon and Baroda as well as in Chittoor also. What I would do is I would just speak about the banana value chain, right from the tissue culture, planting material manufacturing, and then secondary hardening and all. So what we did is, we have developed a value chain for processing. This is applicable for all tropical fruits, vegetables, onions, as well as spices. What we do here, we supply the inputs, agriculture inputs, specifically the micro irrigation systems, the precision softwares to schedule irrigation and fertigation, so that the right amount of doses at right time and right place is given to the plant. Then we also support growers with PVC pipings and all, then sprinklers, and then tissue culture also. And we do a lot of contract farming. We have a successful model in case of white onion. We buy back almost around 50,000 metric tons of white onion process. And then we have a training facility, capacity building and all, and we process the tropical fruits, vegetable, as well as we do fresh. We are not in domestic market, but we do export. We started with mango in 2007 when Japan and the US market opened, and now we are into fresh banana, and then we supply it to our existing customers. See, the banana supply chain, actually the value chain, it starts with, having the banana nursery, the mother nursery first, monitoring it, and then collecting the rhizomes for multiplying and developing into a sapling. So it's tissue culture. It can give you genetically pure, disease-free, and authentic saplings, and which would help into having a bumper yield, maybe a uniform size bunch without much of physical disorders, without reshaping, maybe, and if we have better plant protection applications without any pest and disease attack. So we have this facility, and we provide almost 8 crore of planting material to the farmers. We do provide them agronomical guidance also. The soil issues and soil management plays very important role in preventing loss, future loss rather, in terms of quality. Maybe if the soil is compact, you all know it, and maybe we'll have a the smaller size of bananas may not be matching the specifications of international standards, and it may fetch maybe a little less money for the farmer. So this important, the soil issues are we actually advocate farmers. We recommend them to reclaim soils to avoid the soil issues. Micro irrigation is one very important aspect, very important element of the value chain, which can contribute to the quality of the produce and which would avoid the uh, future loss in yield, rather I would say. Then the precision in case of irrigation as well as fertigation scheduling. This is actually a plant and fruit care. This is again one more important aspect. You know, the at field level, it is said that almost 4 to 5% of the banana goes waste. It could be because of poor handling and also because of insect and pest infestation. The fruit care, the bagging of the bunch, it would avoid the insect damage to the bunch, and the quality would be excellent. The wastage rather and the value loss because of the insect and pest infestation would be completely avoided by the bagging as well as the plant and fruit care operations. So we developed this technique and we have provided this knowledge to the farmer also. Most of the farmers in Jalgaon area, they are doing this and the quality is excellent. This is one more, physiological disorder because of chilling. Chilling, in India, we do get the ripe bananas, yellow bananas. If you see it in January and December, January, you will have a dull light color of the banana. That actually fetches, a little less price as compared to the bright and attractive color. So we are trying to avoid this chilling injury also, and the losses in terms of value to the farmers, to the retailers is we're trying to minimize that. We standardize the package of practices so that we get the specified quality produce, and it will reduce the wastage in the farm, losses in the farm, and would give excellent yield to the farmer. This is the quality check and all we normally perform. This is the quality of banana we get here in Jalgaon. This was what I was speaking about, the actual data from one study. At the farmers field, the banana, it is specifically to the banana, and the field it is about 4.5 to 5% loss, and then in transit it is because of the poor handling and maybe poor packaging and the transportation and also the road conditions. It contributes. It's about 2 to 3%, but I'm sure it is more than 2 to 3%. I have actually seen the bunches being transported from Jalgaon. You see some of the photographs, and actually observed and checked in Azadpur Mandi in Delhi. The losses or maybe the future loss at the home level because of these practices or because of the injury that that happens in the transit would contribute in the losses or wastage at the home level. Then the losses in the ripening it is also 7 to 8%, 7.5 to 8%. There is a story, in case of ripening, we have changed the system maybe a decade and a half ago in Jalgaon area specifically. As I said, Jalgaon is one of the largest banana growing belt, but still in 2006-7, we used to get, the ripe banana, but those were not ripe, yellow ripe, those were ripe, but green bananas, soft green bananas, because the ripening process, the vendor used to adopt was different. It was, they used to heap the banana bunches and then heat it. So we changed the way they were ripening. We brought those vendors to our facility. We trained them. We showed them our modern ripening facility, and we asked them to use ethylene gas to ripe the banana. And you won't believe we saw the result that the change in the ripening methods, and in a year or two, they shifted to small ripening chambers. They're using ethylene. Now we get very delicious, very attractive ripe yellow banana in Jalgaon. So those ripening losses, perhaps maybe there could be some loss, maybe 1 or 2% because of the moisture, because banana is ripened at almost 18 degrees Celsius, and that is completely avoided, and we get fully ripe yellow banana in Jalgaon area. Elsewhere in the country also, we have actually provided this knowledge to all the retailers or the vendors through our extension system in other parts of the country, wherever we sell our saplings to the growers. Now the losses at retailer are also huge. It's almost 9 to 10%, and the cumulative is about 23 to 26%. This is in case of banana only, and as you said, in other commodities it is even more than this. So we try to avoid this. Like Dr. Vasudeva said, at retailer levels, maybe a zero energy pool chamber could save this loss, could minimize this loss without adding much cost to the retailer. Now, this is what the traditional system of harvesting the bunch. The person actually we call it a cutter. The who harvests the bunch. He keeps the bunch on the ground, and it is taken as a payload outside the field where the vehicle is actually being loaded. We changed the system a little bit. We actually provided what you call a bamboo, and you can just suspend the banana bunch to that bamboo, and you can avoid the bruising. You can avoid the damages that would lead to the wastage after ripening. And we can have a padded what do you call is padded sheet or padded with cushion, and then you can carry the bunch on the shoulder. So this would avoid bruising. This would avoid the further wastages in banana uh, chain. This is one more photograph, which actually shows how the bunches are transported. Now, these are very small things, the people, they casually do it. They don't understand what happens, after ripening. Even a small bruising that would lead to the damage over there. And after ripening, once the ripening cycle is over, it is just a waste. So this is how the bunches are transported. The last third and fourth, the last two photographs, these are actually a common practice. It's an open vehicle, and the person who is loading the vehicle actually he is walking on the bunches. He is standing on it. This is how elsewhere in the globe where the banana are grown, specifically for export, the system is completely developed. For example, there are many companies like Chiquita, Del Monte, which are actually the biggest companies in fresh banana, and they have developed their system like this. It's a cable ropeway wherein bunch can easily be bunch is suspended to the cable ropeway, and it is being pulled by a tractor. It is being pulled by a person. One person can also pull this banana. There are banana bunches, and you can see there is no damage, no bruising to the banana. It can be easily taken to the pack houses, which are actually located in the field itself. That is where that is the Dr. Paul, Dr. Vasudeva, both of you have spoken about it. The infrastructure development in case in our country that is lacking. So we don't have pack houses in the field. We have a pack house in Jalgaon. We also would like to develop and design the pack houses, establish pack houses in the uh, uh, transport wastage purchase of the things. In case of uh, white space ground where dense we check that we cannot in or because farmers will be adopting it.
Mr. Rawale, your voice is breaking.
Hello, am I audible? Here now.
You are, but then voice is breaking in between. If you could just increase the volume of your mic, then maybe we can hear you clearly.
So this is one more simple innovation. And
Bhaktesh, is he audible to all of you?
There is some problem with the audio, huh? I don't know
Yeah,
whether it is
I
at
think
Bhaktesh
your
side
mic
or
is
whatever,
not
huh?
properly set, Mr. Wale.
Okay, let me just check. Is it audible now? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So this is one more practice, this is actually followed in Philippines. In fact, instead of harvesting or cutting the bunch in the field, you can just dehand the hands from the bunch, and the dehanded hands is taken out of the field. The bottom photo you can see for export, we developed this system, and we are actually, using the crates, the cushion crates, padded crate to transport the handed hand outside the field. This is how we do it. We are actually dehanding the hands from the tree itself. We are keeping it there, cushioning it, and then putting it in the cushion crates. This is a small innovation, small change in the process. Instead of handling the whole bunch, instead of handling the uncushioned or just the hands in the open vehicle, we are transporting it into we are actually packing it into the crate, and then we use a small push cart, instead of taking a head load outside the field, and we are using this push cart so that the bruising and other damages are avoided. This is what the eminent speaker, earlier speakers have emphasis on to establish a cold chain right from the field. So we use the reefer vans to, to bring those the hands to our pack house facility in the Jalgaon. We also track the vehicle movement through GPRS. We also track the speed so that in transit losses, in transit damages could be controlled. And we have been fairly successful in getting the fruit-free banana at our pack house in Jalgaon. You won't believe, but we have established a supply chain which could bring the dehanded hands in these cushion crates from as far as 100 kilometers from Jalgaon without bruising. And the same we are actually processing in our pack house. We'll see that in subsequent slides, and exporting those. This is the view of our pack house where the vehicles which are actually loaded in the fields and received at our pack house in Jalgaon. These vehicles might have traveled somewhere about 50 to 100 kilometers, uh, you know, from field to the pack house. This is how the bananas or the hands were packed. They were cushioned and placed in the cushion crate. This is the hand which was dehanded in the field about 50 to 100 kilometers away from Jalgaon. You can see the quality. This is actually, there is no bruising on the hand. You can see the back portion of the same hand. This is the infrastructure we have developed for exporting fresh bananas from our Jalgaon facility. This is a state-of-art pack house. It has got some, all the treatments like right from washing, then cleaning, then sorting, labeling, and all, and the packing also. This is one more, a photograph showing the washing and selection of hands. The hands are actually sorted out. The hands which are actually matching and the specified quality. It goes in the second tank. There are two tanks. One is actually, then it is also using as a pre-cooling technique for the hands which has been harvested in the fields and brought to a pack house. This is the hands are actually there could be some sap on the hand, which would actually lead to fungal infestation if it is not cleaned from the hand, and that fungal infestation would lead to the rotting in the home, and that would lead to the wastage. So detergent cleaning is being performed over here so that the sap is removed. then the excellent crown cut. So it will be packed in the polyliner inside the bag. So if you give a clean cut, it would damage the polyliner. So the what you call is, because of vacuumizing, you would create a passive map inside the bag, and that will remain as a passive environment for the hands that is packed in the boxes. If the crown is not properly cut, it might, puncture the bag, and that, modified atmosphere, although passive because of vacuumizing, won't be there, and that will again trigger the ripening in transit, and that would lead to the wastage at the destination. This is the operation, how cushioning is done, and the labels are being, this is label and the hand separators between the two layers of the hand, the finger layers. It is being placed so that the two layers, they are not actually, rubbing over one or other. These are the fruits which are being packed in different.
Another 2-3 minutes. Is it okay?
Yeah. Just I'll just run through. This is the vacuumization. The sachet you see is the ethylene scrubber. This is also important, when we export the fresh bananas, actually, it takes almost 3 weeks to 4 weeks to reach to destination, even to the Middle East. Even if we say that it reaches in 7 days, but actually for inspections and for the bananas to reach on the shelf, it takes almost 4 weeks. So this ethylene scrubber are very important to increase the shelf life. This is how it is being packed. It's a passive map by removing vacuum, by removing air from the box and the polyliner. There are different packs. This is how the box is designed. This box is actually, compatible in strength with all the international players like Chiquita, Dell, and Del Monte. That's got excellent compressive strength, excellent, the tearing strengths also, so that the quality of the hands packed at the pack house would remain same at the destination also. This is how the boxes were loaded. You can see the data logger. We can track this, the environmental parameters in the loaded containers in transit, and you can intimate the transporter also. This is what the quality at the destinations of our banana. You can see there is no bruising here. This photograph was taken in the Dubai market after it has traveled for 4 weeks. This was comparison done by us with the different brands. You can see Jane Farm Fresh Banana. It is with the technological innovations in processes, we could send it without bruising, and it was compatible. This was on after ripening. This is the wrapping the bananas with the polyfilm. This is one more technology which we can use at the shelf at the destination. This was actually the rejection from our pack house, which we ripened in our control environment ripening chambers, and it was sent to the processing. This is what the processing is being done. They received raw bananas in crate. Then it was ripened in the ripening chambers. It is issued to the plant. It is being mashed, homogenized, sterilization. Preheating was done before sterilizations to prevent the and then after that it was aseptically packed in the drums. So this was the processing technologies we use. This is one more slide when the waste which is generated in our food processing plant, like peel, which is being used in our biogas plant. We generate electricity from the digested slide. It is provided to the grid, and the rest which is remain in the digester, that is being used as a biofertilizer. So that's all I have, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avle. interesting study. Instead of having presented a generalized view of all the products, it was a very, very interesting case study focused on banana.
Thank you, sir.
There's nothing, but one thing is there, that if you go to, you have shown the way to every banana grower, major banana grower in the country, how to export. But if we are supposed to be the largest banana producing country in the world, why is our contribution to banana trade in the world so small? If you go to US, most of the varieties you see are from South America. Why are we not able to promote in a big way? Of course, APEDA is doing a good job, but why are we not able to promote in a big way? Then in your presentation, you said that small banana does not have the international market. Why are you not trying to promote this market? Market promotion is missing, so that we make them understand that Chhatri banana is the best banana you can have taste wise.
Yes.
Small banana is one of the finest varieties. Why are you a little hesitant to spend money on promotion worldwide?
Sir, see, we tried, hello, 3 years ago, even the small banana is sold in the international market. Korea is the biggest market for small banana. We're actually promoting small Indian bananas to Korean market also. Why? See, we are one of the largest producer of banana, but why we are not actually one of the largest exporter? It's because our cultivation practices, our value chain is not developed for export market. What we developed is the quantitative production systems, but we have not switched over to the qualitative production systems. We are trying to develop the qualitative production systems. So that is how we are developing the processes first. But I am sure, I would quote here because 4 years ago, India used to export only 50,000 metric tons of banana, but since last 2 years, it has actually grown by 4 times. So we are now actually in a process to become one of the largest exporters of the bananas in the global market, and I'm sure that we will be having that position sooner.
Very well, very well. I have another question.
Yes, sir.
You see, about 72%, according to your presentation, about 72% of the wastage comes from ripening and retailing.
No,
retailing, you don't have any control on retailers.
Yeah.
But ripening, are you looking for some other possibilities like instead of replacing ethylene by electric impulses or whatever? A lot of research is going on. Since you are the pioneer producer, you have done a fantastic job. Are you looking at some R&D innovations or alternate processes of ripening?
Definitely, sir. See, ripening losses are specifically the water loss, the moisture loss, and some maybe because of the handling losses are also there. It is 7 to 8%. And we are at the moment we are using ethylene, but we are open for the innovations, which we can use at our ripening chambers. We are open for that, sir.
Hello, thank you very much. We will have some more questions from the participants in the webinar at the end of this webinar at the moment. So let me invite Mr. Ravindra Dolare from Ecozen to make his presentation. Is he there? Ravindra, are you hearing me? Vivaji?
Yes, yes, sir. Good morning. I'm here.
Yeah, please. Mr. Dolare, please. Huh?
Yes, sir. This is Ravindra Dolari here.
Please go ahead.
Sure, sir. I'm just getting my screen. I think I can still see the screen here. I'm just checking my Can you see the screen here?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, fine. Just there is some external voice. Just give me a moment.
Ms. Paul, could you please put yourself on mute? Thank you.
Yes. So first of all, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity and to present here in this forum. So I think since morning there are a lot of good discussions are happening with challenges, solutions, and more towards value chain and food loss. So we at Ecozen Solutions, we incorporated this company in 2010, and very rightly said by Paul sir today in the morning that it was started by IIT Kharagpur alumni in 2010. When we started these organizations, we realized a lot of current challenges in the agri value chain, and we identified some problems, and then we decided with the help of our technical knowledge and expertise, how can we solve this problem in India, even though we have contributed a bit in last 10 years. However, we are still along in this journey, and we are still far away to make a still better impact because there are a lot of hurdles at this point of time, and we are progressing very slowly and steadily into this entire value chain. Having said that, our main vision of the organization is to enable farm to fork value chain for perishable commodities. So we are playing a role in perishable commodities in India, fruits and vegetables, and we have developed some competencies in last 10 years to understand this market and provide these solutions to the even small, medium, and large farmers in India. Having said that, when we observe that during the graduation stage that there are a lot of farmers, they were not able to irrigate their land due to lack of efficiency and affordable pumping solutions. So that was the time it clicked that if this is a problem in India, where the country is still progressing and only 34.3% of arable land is irrigated, so this is a big problem. And then we decided, let's work out on this problem, and let's find out some solution which is like innovative in nature and at the same time good for a farming community. So we came up, we understood that this irrigation pumping industry in last I will say 7 to 8 years, and there is a lot of support happening from MNRE. There are a lot of good schemes nowadays available from Kusum. So we realize that there is a high potential in this segment, not only in a domestic market, but even in the export market. And we see that with CAGR of 80% from 2018 to 22, which is like for the solar irrigation sector, which is like a fantastic opportunity to get into this market. So having said that, what we did after our enough study with the farming community, understanding their problem statement, we developed our first controller during 11 12 time with the help of IoT and analytics as a support to it. So this is the first controller that we developed and launched, installed at one of the farmers' land, and that helped a farmer a lot in terms of increasing its production. So we played a better role in terms of even though there were a lot of players available at that point of time in the market, but we thought bit differently. How can our IoT and analytics capability can improve the supply chain efficiency, especially on the pre-harvest side? So we work on the flow output level, water level estimations and fluctuations, the motor windings, and then we decided let's have optimal irrigation. So today, in fact, I will proudly say that we have reached to a level where we have seen that the motor jam is something which is a very common problem in this sector. And once motor gets jammed, it takes a lot of time to get resolution because service engineer has to reach to the site, take out the entire motor and pumping solution from the ground, and then solve the problem and again put it, which is like 3 to 4 days of process. But we develop a solution remotely where this jamming detection can happen remotely and even resolution can happen remotely. So just by changing the rotation directions, we do this jamming solution even remotely in a fraction of seconds. So this is how we are progressing towards developing IoT and analytics as another capability, along with very efficient solar water pumping solution for the farming community. So today we are one of the market leader into this market, and impacted at least 44,000 farmers in India in last 10 years with the water pumping as a solution. And we are looking forward to install many more units from this side. But what we realized that one is, so he is one of the co-founder here, Pratik Singhal, and uh, the farmer in the picture is the first farmer where we installed our unit. You can see that the barren land there, and then after implementation of solar water pump, this is in a period of 1.5 to 2 years of time, you can see completely a green land. So this is how it has impacted the overall production side. But when the farmer was very happy with this, because one of his pre-harvesting problem got resolved because of this type of solution, and it made it possible to increase his production. But when we visited the same farmer again, we realized that there are few more problems. Okay. So even though we built our entire solar water pumping solution with different capabilities, like controller is our one of the capability today, SMS operation is one of the capability, over the air update is one of the capability, and we realized that most of these features are at par with the industry standard. And then we developed the motors which are like highly efficient in nature, so that overall output can be also made efficiently. And these motors are also last longing in terms of the life and in terms of warranty as well. We develop capability in terms of mobile app where farming community can use this app to raise service tickets. This is first of a kind app where one app solution can offer a survey as well, and we can push a lot of updates through this app. So we develop overall technical piece, mechanical piece. We integrated a lot of these activities, and we implemented solutions on the pre-harvest side. But what this farmer told us after we visited again, one of the major challenge that everybody is talking here since morning, that even though on the pre-harvest side, a lot of technologies and developments has happened in India and it is still happening. But on the post-harvest side, they are facing a lot of challenges. So one, the farmer told us that, sir, our production has increased, but my income has not increased in the same proportion. And that gave us another problem statement in a year of 2013 and 14, that even though we have resolved one problem of the farmer, which is on pre-harvest side, he is happy with his production, but at the same time, his income has not increased in the same proportion. And many a times he told that they don't understand demand and supply cycle, infrastructure is not available, and many a times they throw their commodities. So picture here, in on the screen is a common situation currently even in India. In many APMCs, many markets, when farmers don't get right price to their commodity, they generally don't sell it, but they throw their commodities like this. And that leads to the food loss, which what we are talking about here. So we realize that 7.3 billion USD produce wasted every year. So even though there are a lot of solutions available on the agri input side, like solar pump and few other aspects, but we realize that the farmer's income has not increased. The food loss still is a major challenge, and that gave the organization another vision, that how can, as an organization, we contribute towards reducing food loss. Then we started talking to many farmers across India. We, in fact, went to different states, different districts, and we understood what are the present challenges of the farmer. So we realized first challenge that even today that challenge exists, and it was there in 2014 as well. The infrastructure was not available at the farm. So the infrastructure like cold storages is still available, which is far away from the farm at city level. But actual requirement of this infrastructure is required at the farm. And I think today in the morning session, there was a mention that the pre-cooling facilities has to be available at the farm. And we realized that these pre-cooling facilities for the highly perishable commodities were not available at the farm. So we got our solution after speaking to many farmers, and then we decided to develop a solution which is like available at the farm. So we developed, I will say, we claim ourselves that we developed world's first decentralized solar cold storages. So this idea came after speaking to a lot of farmers. Now, why we decided to get into solar? So everybody knows that even today there is a lot of challenges of electricity availability at the farm, and we realized that if we want to develop something at the farm, the first challenge is energy availability. So we thought, let's develop solar solutions. Now we always believe and we always want to develop energy efficient solutions. So whenever it comes to a solar or any other renewable energy, there is a conception that to store energy, the chemical batteries are used, like lead acid battery or lithium ion battery. But we decided something different. We decided, let's not get into that direction, develop something which is energy efficient and which is easy and convenient to the farmer. So the team went ahead, we thought a lot, and we developed the first concept, which is thermal storage as a concept to store energy. And let's not use chemical batteries to store energy. And hence we developed our solution, which is solar cold storages with the help of solar energy, with the help of thermal technology. And this is a result which is FAO 2011 food balance data shows that 60% of the waste happens between the field and the end consumer. And I think since morning, a lot of us are talking about this type of waste. And if we look at the yellow highlight, the blue highlighted graphs here, most of the wastage happens between post-harvest period, then there is a processing and packaging, and there is a distribution and marketing. So the farmer education is very important here. Solution like infrastructure is very important here. And then we decided like how this type of solution will impact farmers' life, farmers' economy, and why this type of solution is still required. Even let's say infrastructure is not available, but will farmer really use it? So we did our own internal study. So at Ecogen Solutions, we believe in our another capability that we study a lot on commodities. So we have done study of almost 123 commodities available in India and outside. And some of the papers are available on our web portal. If anybody wants to use it, they can use these case studies. So I will give you simple example here. Okay. Let's say we did a study of effect of pre-cooling at the farm on different commodities. Let me take example of grapes here. So green graph here indicates that the effect without pre-cooling, and the blue or the graph indicates the effect because of pre-cooling. So what we realize that without pre-cooling, let's say a grape gets a life of 3 to 5 days just by pre-cooling grapes. I'm not talking about staging at this point of time. Just by pre-cooling, the grape life can be extended by another 1 or 2 days. So we got an idea here that just by pre-cooling, if commodity life can be extended by, let's say, 3 to 4 days, 4 to 7 days, then farmer will get an opportunity, one, to have a better shelf life, to maintain a good quality. Second, the farmer can get access to the farther markets, which is not possible today because of lack of infrastructure. So solve a big time problem for the farming community. So we started working on two problems. One problem is to have pre-cooling facilities at the farm, and hence the concept of decentralized solar cold storages came out. And with this particular picture indicates that if there is no pre-cooling at the farm, the highly perishable commodities can reach to only nearby markets, and many times farmers don't get price. However, if it does a pre-cooling and if we transport that pre-cooled commodity in, let's say, non-reefer and reefer, with non-reefer, the farmer can reach in a normal truck to like 900 kilometers. And I will give you a live example. Today we do this. We transport grape from Maharashtra to Delhi just by having pre-cooling as a mechanism and using reefer and non-reefer. And in the further market, the commodity reaches very well. I will give you a few more examples in the subsequent slides. However, if we usage the reefer, he can reach up to 3,000 kilometers. So one can imagine that the impact a farmer can get just by having pre-cooling as an infrastructure at the farm. And if he usage air as a mode, he can still get into export as a market. So the problem statement of pre-cooling facility is not available at the farm, energy is not available at the farm, and to make this product convenient to the farming community, we developed solar cold storages and we patented it in India. So we have filed 10 patents for this product for different technologies that we use. As I told, one of the innovation is here, we don't use chemical batteries. However, it is stored in the form of thermal energy storage. And today, I would like to say this product is such a sustainable that we use water as a medium to store energy. So we don't use even any additives or chemicals like the use in a phase change material. Now, one part is, okay, we develop this product and we decided to make this product portable. Reason is so that farmer can put this anywhere at the farm. If he decides to change the location of cold storages, one should get the accessibility to change the location. So the blue structure outside this cold storages, it itself indicates that this unit can be portable. It can move from one location to another location. So we develop this completely portable. Now to give a better service, because for a farmer what is important, they afraid to use new technologies because they have a fear that if they use new technologies there will be a service challenges, there will be a lot of maintenance challenges, and to get out of that fear for the farmer, we develop remote sensing and predictive analytics as a platform, and I will show you that platform as well in a subsequent slide. So we capture today almost 120 parameters from these cold storages every 90 seconds. And we understand different health of the cold storages. And then we take a lot of preventive action. So we develop this remote monitoring as a solution. And this is how the concept came out. And we commercialized this concept in 2014. However, it was not a very easy journey, even though the value proposition for the farmers are right market, right time, they can store commodities at the farm. This has really helped to reduce wastage. I will show you numbers as well. And this has really helped many farmers to access to the further market. So today we are present across India, like Maharashtra, Karnataka, even we are present in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. We have installed units with a lot of FPOs. In fact, somebody was mentioning today morning about Shimla cherry. So every year we give our cold storages in Shimla for the storage of cherries, and cherry gets transported across India from Shimla using our cold storages. And
Another 2 minutes. Please conclude
yes,
now.
yes, sir. So having said that, even though we have developed this type of capabilities with the help of solar cold storages and post-harvest management, today we have impacted many farmers. I will just show you the impact side. We work with a lot of highly perishable commodities which are mentioned here. And this is one of the case study I would like to highlight here, how farmers are getting benefit. And then, sir, I will end my presentation with a video that many farmers today use our cold storages. They buy it from us. We have developed leasing as a model because we realize that many seasonal commodities are there and many farmers cannot afford this type of infrastructure. So we lease out these cold storages. This is one of the classic case study from Maharashtra, where one of the farmer in Yavat, he stored loose flowers like chrysanthemum in cold storages just before Dashera and Diwali period, where the rate was around 25 rupees per kg. But just by having this type of infrastructure, he sold at the right time like 200 rupees per kg, earning 5 lakh rupees in 3 months. So this is how economically there is a good impact happening. Uh, Farmers are reaching to the further market. And this is a final slide to conclude here. So we have impacted 35,000 farmers till date, 16,000 metric ton of solar cold storage infrastructure has been created, and we have contributed to at least 12,000 metric ton wastage as reduced, impacting a life of 300 people, which is as equal to as, and there are a lot of other environmental impact. So this is how we have impacted, and we are making global impact today. We are present in 7 countries. We have recently started export in Africa and Southeast Asia. So having said that, I would like to close this presentation with the help of a video, and then we can open up session for the question and answers. Is my screen visible for the video?
Yeah, it's-
Okay, I will just play this video and we will close the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Dalai.
Sure, sir.
Hello?
I will close it here. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay. Is it over?
Yeah, done, sir. So,
Thank you very much. It's very
thank you, sir.
heartening to see that technology innovation is okay, but application, there are so many technologies developed at IITs and CFTRI and all that. But application of the technology at the grassroots level is very, very important. That is what
Yes.
we have done. That is what you have done. In fact, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So maybe
In
you can take on to the next speaker because we have limited time available. We can try and stretch it for for 20 minutes for him.
Okay, okay. I think, hello. I think I invite Dr. Nachiket to make his presentation. I've already, introduced him as the director of CPET. In fact, Dr. Vasudevappa in the beginning and Dr. Nachiket in the concluding part, it makes complete end-to-end supply chain because in between there were two case studies. So the overall view we have already got from Dr. Vasudevappa. Now, the again inclusive view of the topic we will get from Dr. Nachiket. I hand over to Dr. Nachiket, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. And thank you very much for introducing me and also setting up the pace the beginning.
Mr. Kaul,
Am
may I
I-
request you to put yourself on mute? Thank you, sir.
Okay, I believe I'm audible.
Yes, sir,
Hello.
you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll just make this presentation. I'll try to be very quick. In fact, what
Sir,
I
you
will be
please take your
speaking.
time. You have 20 minutes. No worries, sir.
Yeah, what I will be speaking is mostly repetition of what the pace set by Dr. Vasudevappa and Mr. Kaul, and some of the things which my previous speakers have also talked. Now, having said that, my earlier speakers, they talked about the losses, waste and losses. I'm just putting it in the perspective, in the visible form, so that it gives a better picture. But nevertheless, things are the same. Number one, when we say food loss and food waste, there is a very thin boundary between that. I will come to that a little later. But these losses are two types of losses, quantitative and qualitative. Both are important, both have bearing on the value of the product. Quantitative losses, we have done the study as already told. CFET has worked on two different studies, one in 2004-05, and then later in 2014-15 we did again. And we have come out with some alarming figures on the losses. These figures are slightly contrary to the belief that was in the picture in the domain earlier, and then still they are very alarming in the nature. But anyway, the losses, the qualitative losses are also important, and we have not done any study as such for this. And these qualitative losses like color, size, shape, flavor, etc., these type of losses are also have a great bearing on the value of the commodity. Uh, Coming again to the values or the numbers, if the current rate food loss and wastages were cut by half by 2050, we can save around 1,314 trillion kilocalories in food terms. So even if we can do it 50% by 2050. Then, contrary to the earlier picture presented, the losses at food loss and waste both are very high in case of the high-income European and North American countries, to the tune of 280 to 300 kg per capita, whereas in other countries they are 120 to 170 kg per capita. This is different organizations have reported them. And between 30 to 50% of all food produced on the planet is lost or not consumed. So these are some of the figures, and this is loss that goes during production and storage. And contrary to a very popular belief that losses are more during storage, it's not. Storage losses are probably only 3%. And these losses I'm talking of before packaging, pre-retail storage losses. And then production losses itself are very high, but they are not visible because they get distributed at different stages. So what is the value or what is the environmental impact of these loss and waste? 23 to 20%, 24% of loss is the water loss. Okay, so that how much water is lost because of what is the value of water? So this is the 7 times of annual water discharge of river Narmada that is being lost just because of the loss of food. Then 101.4 billion hectares of land. The value of the loss is coming from 1.4 billion hectares. Carbon footprint is something like 3.3 gigatons of carbon dioxide. And then at the same time, the wasted food, when it is dumped in landfill, it creates approximately 25% more harmful to ozone layer than the CO2. So this is the environmental impact of the losses, food losses that we are generating. Uh, Overall global scenario: Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand. These are some of the losses in the different types of commodities. But coming back to the work that we have done, and these are the losses before the retailing, and mostly these are the losses which have been not estimated but measured at the farmers level. So losses in cereals are 5.99 to, means you can say 4.5 to 6%. In case of pulses, 6.6 to 8.4%. So these are the different values of losses. And as expected, the maximum losses are in case of fruits. But again, this is up to the farmers level. And even vegetables, high losses are there. Then fishes, meat, high losses are there. Whereas in milk, the losses are quite less, 0.92%. If we come to the value of these, so coming to 2014's wholesale price index, this is coming something like 92,000 crore rupees per year. And if we can say that some losses might have been reduced during this period of 4 to 5 years, but the value has increased. So safely we can say that we are losing approximately 1 lakh crore rupees worth material of food every year. Now this is the value that Government of India has put for Agri Infrastructure Fund. So total value of Agri Infrastructure Fund is 1 lakh crore, and that much we are losing every year in form of the food losses only. I am not accounting for the wastage in this case. This is only quantitative losses. When we say qualitative losses, that will add up. And these are the losses in case of vegetables, maximum in case of tomato, then in case of fruits, again maximum in case of guava. And as you can see here, that the storage losses are less compared to the farm losses. So the key factor is that we have to do some intervention at the farm itself, where the losses are taking place, a huge amount of losses are taking place. So what are the, in general, if I can say, what are the solutions? So number one is on-farm cleaning and grading. Even in case of durables, even in case of perishables. Now, it is very easy to understand that if we are not cleaning things and if we are storing things just like that, packaging things just like that, then whatever are the impurities, they are going to cause a quicker loss or higher loss in case of transit and even in case of storage. Number one. Number two, we are unnecessarily spending money and efforts on storage of these impurities and transportation of these impurities. So it is very logical to say that cleaning and grading at the farm level itself is the is the paramount interest. And this has shown us that farmers who are selling their product after cleaning or grading are getting better remunerative prices compared to without cleaning and grading. And this has been proven very well. Then on-farm drying, especially in case of durables, this is one of the major issues which is causing different types of losses, quantitative as well as qualitative, when farm produce is not stored at an appropriate moisture content. Remember that there are three major things which are causing any kind of losses during storage or post-harvest losses. Number one is moisture, number two is temperature, and number three is air. So if you can control any one of these three, you are fairly doing very well. And this has been shown in our previous presentations where they are controlling temperature and they are reducing losses. They are controlling atmosphere or gases or air, and they are reducing losses. So, so similarly, moisture is also another thing that needs to be controlled, especially in case of food grains, because mind you, the losses of food grains are probably not visible. Fruits and vegetable losses are very much visible, and everyone thinks of losses, then they think of the fruits and vegetables. But the value of losses in case of food grains and oil seeds and pulses, that is also huge, very high. So that is one thing. Drying has to be appropriately addressed, and then appropriate storage. Now, added to that, in case of fruits and vegetables or horticulture commodities, pre-cooling, not necessarily vacuum, but any kind of pre-cooling, then individual packaging, packaging in trays or films, or using appropriate plastics, and then using of rigid crates and all these things. These type of some of the interventions, these are required, which have been shown already by Mr. Rawle. Then technology advocated for post-harvest losses, establishment of cold chain. So this is again in case of fruits and vegetables, cold chain establishment and pre-cooling facilities, maturity indices. Now this is another area which needs very well intervention of the industry as well as research. That how do we identify the crop for harvesting? At an appropriate maturity, you need to find which is the appropriate maturity. I think there is a loss.
What happened?
I lost, it seems.
Okay,
Is it?
yeah. No, it's okay.
Okay, now it's okay. All right. All right. So I'll just continue. I lost connection, it seems. Anyway, so I will very quickly I will go through some of the technologies which are available, which we say that are appropriate for farm level processing. And then these are some of the cleaning, grading solutions, very inexpensive solutions, which can be owned by farmers. And they do really wonderful job of cleaning and grading, and that way reducing the material to be handled and also reducing the storage losses. Then coming to insect traps. This is a very small intervention that we have developed at TNAU, a small device that can be put inside a storage structure, and insects are getting trapped into this. This comes in a, this could be suitable for 25 to 50 kg bin, and multiple devices can be put in a larger bins also. Then coming to drying, solar drying is open sun drying is the most common practice, but that leads to certain disadvantages. So these type of dryers, which are transportation table dryers, they are available. We have developed them, and they are available for different commodities. I am just taking some of the examples, not everything. Lot of things are available. Millets are one of the major uh, crops, and we have developed this small millet thresher, which reduces the losses during threshing of millets and also reduces the drudgery. Millet milling is also another operation that leads to a lot of losses in millets. We have developed these type of machines. In fruits washing, these type of solutions, small scale solutions, which can be adopted by farmers. Large scale solutions are already available. These are some of the small scale solutions which can be adopted by the farmers. Graders, different capacity of graders, starting from 300 kg per hour, going up to even something like 10 to 12 tons of spherical fruits. So these are suitable for spherical fruits. Majority of the fruits and some vegetables can be sorted using these type of graders. And definitely, because of sorting, cleaning, and grading, the value addition is there, and farmers are getting a better remuneration to their crops. When we talk of pre-cooling or cooling, these are the things Dr. Vasudevappa was also talking about. Evaporative cooling. This is a kind of zero energy or minimum energy cool rooms, where we are using the evaporation of water for cooling of the structure, and the temperature goes below 5 to 10 5 to 8 degrees Celsius, less than the environmental temperature can be achieved. And this can lead to a very good storage of shelf life of around 34 days for quinoas and 11 days for cauliflower and spinach. So variety of commodities can be stored into this. Then we have this another structure which is not zero energy, but uses some energy for air movement, and has a better efficiency, and it gives 20 degrees below the outside temperature. And recently, I have not included the photograph here. IARI has developed another system which runs on solar electricity, solar PVC, and that gives you a temperature of 5 to 6 degrees Celsius, while the outside temperature is something like 30-35 degrees Celsius. So a very efficient systems have been designed for evaporative cooling of so the total energy load is not much, and the capacity of 5 to 7 tons can be achieved. Then these are some of the wrapping tools, individual wrapping of fruits, vegetables, then osmotic dehydration. So drying, when we say, as I told you in the beginning, that temperature and air control is one thing, but the age-old method of preserving things is removing moisture. And these are some of the examples of osmotic dehydrated products, and these type of products are now coming very common, and with a very appropriate and attractive packagings, they are being sold at a very high price. So not only pineapple, but papaya, guava, mango, and so many kinds of fruits, they can be osmotically dehydrated, and very attractive products are made available to replace the sugar candies and such high calorific value products. So then dried products also for Northeast, these things have been developed. Then coming to the urban market, minimal processing of vegetables. This reduces the wastage at household level. This reduces the pollution at household level, and this also gives a convenience value. So value addition, lot of value addition is there, and because of this, a good entrepreneurship can be developed. So vegetables, cut vegetables. Now this is another pilot plant developed at Bhopal for cut vegetables, minimally processed cut vegetables, wherein we are not using any kind of harmful chemicals. This is majority of the things are only physical preservation, and gives a very good shelf life of around 10 to 12 days under refrigeration for the cut vegetables. Then coming to some fruits that we have addressed is pomegranate. So aerial extraction, this is a good model. Then some other things that we have addressed are different types of commodities like cool chamber. This is a mobile platform. We also have another one. I don't have a photograph right now, but for vending of uh, uh, commodities like fishes or fruits or vegetables, these type of small things can be introduced in the farmer's field so that the losses are reduced. So decentralized things. And then coming to the processing of durables, this is a concept of mobile agro processing center. I will come to it slightly again later. And this is another concept that gives about talks about the agro processing center, multi commodity and multi processing, multi machinery processing center, which can be used in a custom hiring fashion as well as an enterprise. So one can have a cleaning section, one can have dal mill and oil mill and grinding, and can work on variety of products. It could be even rice mills. So depending on a location, one can have different types of machineries, and these type of agro processing centers can be functional on as an enterprise, individual enterprise, as well as a custom hiring. This is another model that we developed and established sometimes back in some tribal areas for millet processing. Now, as Dr. Vasudevappa was talking earlier, that because of this pandemic and even otherwise also, people are now getting a little bit health conscious, and some people are moving from our staples like rice and wheat to millets. And millets are really fetching a very good, this becomes a very good enterprise where people have even uh, got a profit of somewhere like 400% profit. So these millets like barnyard millet or finger millets or kodo or proso or different types of millets are there, and they are being processed traditionally, but huge losses are there. These losses can be reduced with appropriate mechanization and the use of appropriate machines. And these type of millet processing centers with an investment of something like 4 to 5 lakhs on the machinery can be established. And this could also, we have run it on custom hiring as well as enterprise basis in Tamil Nadu as well as Madhya Pradesh. So the solution comes in the form of equipment ownership or custom hiring. Now, government schemes like small this submission on agricultural mechanization, that also supports for owning of post-harvest processing machines, especially on-farm processing machines. For that, in certain machines, even subsidies up to 40 to 60% are available under the scheme, for which majority of the states, government of state government with agriculture department is operating this, and that supports for equipment ownership as well as for equipment for custom hiring centers. And then agri infrastructure fund is also established, which gives a very soft loan for establishment of lot of infrastructure for pre-cooling and storages and cold storages and laboratories. So government schemes are there, and one can take advantage of these things. But at the same time, we have to see that we have to uh, promote machines which are of good quality and appropriate machines. Like we have seen that cold storages, multi-commodity cold storages need to be there, or even whatever machines are being used, they are to be used appropriately. So those things are to be looked into. Then sensors and automation in handling and storage. This will definitely help with the uh, reducing manpower in agriculture. Day by day, the manpower involved in agriculture is reducing, and the manpower that goes away first is the one who is intelligent and who is experienced. So they can be replaced with sensors, and some automation is required for reduction of losses. Then concern for quality has to be there, and concern for loss and wastage reduction is also has to be there. So as already said by Mr. Kaul and also by Dr. Vasudevappa, that initiative has to come from the consumers, initiative have to come from all the stakeholders. And then we at CIFET, we don't believe that there is anything waste. So we call everything as byproducts. But unless we have certain technologies for value addition to byproducts, there would be always things which will be just thrown away as a waste. So those type of technologies, we are also working for extraction of very high value commodity from these byproducts. And then ultimately, nothing gets successful unless we empower the stakeholders. Stakeholders need to know how to use the machines. Stakeholders need to know that what are the limitations of certain technologies and what are the certain positives of certain technologies. And we need to empower them using all sorts of things. It could be training, it could be entrepreneurship development, it could be development of apps and different information technologies, use of appropriate information technologies. So these are certain holistic view of the whole thing has to be done as a solution. And again, coming to very small or specific solutions is pre-cooling, physical chemical treatment, and cold chain systems. I'm just repeating myself again. Then quality determination, again, non-destructive determination, modeling simulation. So these are some of the research challenges that we are addressing at our institute. Some of the things are getting repeated. So I think this was the last slide. Thank you very much. And I'm there for taking any questions if at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nachiket. Very good presentation. And we know one question: Have you transferred this technology of machinery to some fabricators around Punjab,
Yes.
who could be approached by the entrepreneurs to get these machines, or they are still at the research stage only?
No. Majority of the things that I showed you, they have been transferred.
That is very good. Now,
Yeah.
in addition to this, I want to add another one thing to this. You know, as you rightly said, and Dr. Vasudevappa rightly said, it is not only the food loss. Along with food loss, we are adding to the carbon footprint. We are losing water. We are water resource. We are losing land resource, manpower resource, and all that. But in addition to that, I'll tell you another thing. Say 1 lakh crore of loss. If it is converted into value-added product, I will give a simple example. According to your estimates, CIFET estimate, we are losing potato about 8 million metric tons every year.
Right.
Despite being the second largest producer of potato in the world. Despite being second largest producer in the world, we are not recognized as a potato producing country because our contribution to international trade is dismal, either in terms of fresh potato or processed potato, right? And if this is converted into value-added products, you see how much loss is there. For example, you take simple French fries. For making 1 kilogram of French fries, you need 2 kilograms of potato. If potato is 10 rupees a kg, means 20 rupees. And this French fry is purchased by you at 400 rupees per kg.
That's true.
You see what fantastic amount we are losing. Everybody is losing. So we have got by hook or by crook, we have got to get together to prevent these losses right from farm to the retail chain, and create consumer awareness with the consumer that they should not waste processed and cooked food. that also is a big waste, as
Yes,
we have
because
debated.
because processed and cooked food is not only the food waste, but also the waste of energy, water, human, and everything, labor and everything. That's true.
That is
Agree.
on one side. On the other side, we are facing 20 crore people in the country who are suffering from hunger, malnutrition, and everything. So this mismatch has to be taken care of. Anyway, thank you very much for a good presentation. We had a wonderful session, starting from one luminary called Dr. Vasudevappa, ending with another luminary called Dr. Nachiket. In between, we had two excellent case studies from Jan irrigation, particularly on banana, which gave a particular insight for how to handle a particular commodity from end to end. Then a technology presentation by by Ravindra Dolareji, who have shown us how the education, innovative, innovations, innovative machinery, innovative implements can be applied effectively on the ground water based system at the ground level. Excellent presentation, excellent session. I thank you very much. Vibaji, you can take over now from here.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for so nicely moderating this session. And my sincere thanks to Vice Chancellor of NEFTIM, Dr. Chindi Vasu Devappaji, Dr. Nachiket Kotwariwaleji, and Kishore Waleji, and Mr. Ravindra Dolareji. Thank you for some interesting aspects and some interesting presentations. And we hope that people get benefit from the case studies that you have just shared, and how to mitigate losses and damages. I hope they get some, information and some benefit out of it. So with this, we end session, technical session number 4, and I now move on to technical session number 5. So technical session number.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we move on to technical session number 5. So technical session number 5 is role of BFSI for development of food processing sector. So this session will be moderated by Mr. Prasad P. He is the AVP of Yes Bank. So he has a very experienced and competent panel with him today. So I would now request Mr. Prasad to take over the floor and introduce himself and the speakers of the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We just had finished one session wherein, very deep dive into the food processing machinery and other equipments was done. Now, this part of food machinery, is the most critical component for the food processing industry. But if we look at, the kind of machineries that are available, there is lot of sophisticated machinery available, and lot of machinery now required thanks to COVID. Lot of requirement by the consumer is for a very clean, traceable products, minimum human interference and all. So this era of post COVID, there is a huge transformation in the kind of projects that will come up in the food processing industry. Some of them will also be very capex high, and for that reason there will definitely be a need of the banking and financial services industry to look at the project viability, to provide financial closure to the project, so that more number of industries can come up and across India, and not only large size projects but also mid size projects, small projects. And if you look at the thrust of Ministry of Food Processing, along with the financial players, they are not only looking at cluster based approaches, for example, say food parks or agro processing clusters, but they are also equally kind of cognizant of the fact that a large part of a population, because of various issues during COVID, has also gone back to the villages. So there is a new Atmanirbhar scheme that has come up, in which there is a formalization of micro enterprises to promote a lot of micro enterprises, decentralized processing units in the villages, so that a lot of people where production also exists can take advantage of the food processing units incentive schemes. But incentives is one aspect. There is also a equity to the project which should come, and there is also a role of financial institution in providing debt to the project, which is where we have a very illustrious panel today, comprising of Ms. Amita Mishra from Bank of India, Pradeep Parateji, NABARD, Kruti Patra, Bank of India, Pranav Saxena ji from United India Insurance. Now, in United India Insurance, now insurance is a very, very important aspect for any financial institution, but it is also to an extent a less understood element in the financing. So those things are something that today we will hear from Pranav Saxena ji, and a lot of information which was not known to us will be getting revealed by him. And finally, we also have Mr. Raj Kishore Ranjit ji of Bank of Maharashtra in this panel. So, we could kind of quickly start off, but to start off possible, we will, since there is a presentation from Pradeep Parateji of NABARD, where, NABARD also not only is refinancing, but it is also now providing a lot of credit to infrastructure projects because of the infrastructure fund. So, to start off this panel, we'll request Pradeep Parateji of NABARD to just give a small introduction and also the presentation from NABARD on the various aspects and their role in food processing. Pradeep ji.
I don't see him here. Sir, I don't see him here. Could you please?
Yeah.
Could you please take the next speaker?
Okay. Since we said that United India Insurance and the insurance aspects are very critical, and often there is not much understanding. So we can kind of start off with the discussion where we will kind of ask few questions in between to Pranav Saxena ji on the insurance part, plus also periodically we will be asking few questions to the entire panel consisting of Kruti, Pranav, Raj Kishore ji, and Amita Mishra. Amita, would you want to also look at giving a brief introduction?
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. So should I start with my presentation?
Yeah, you can, surely.
Okay. So I have to start my video, or it is comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Okay. So a very good afternoon to all. I'm Amita Mishra from. Am I audible? Hello.
Very much. Very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. So very good afternoon to all. I'm Amita Mishra from Bank of India, working as a senior manager in SME City Center Department, Nagpur Zone. And I'm very much honored to be a part of this discussion today. So as we all know that this pandemic has created a havoc and has immensely disturbed people's life, and businesses have gone haywire. So Government of India has come up with a complete package called Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan to mitigate the losses in the businesses and bring the economy back on the track. So under this, government has formulated various schemes to be implemented through banking channel for handholding of businesses. So today, as we have gathered here to discuss the role of BFSI for development of food processing, I would like to provide glimpses of some of the schemes our bank has launched for food processing sector with directives of Government of India, and I'm sure other banks must have formulated this scheme in this direction as well. So we start with the first scheme, which is Star Agri Infra. So our finance minister on 15th of May 2020 launched 1 lakh crore agri infrastructure fund for farm gate infrastructure for farmers. So this scheme formulated for providing medium to long term debt financing facility for investment in viable
I'm
projects.
sorry to interrupt, Ms. Amita. Are you sharing any content on screen?
No, ma'am, I'm just speaking. Is it
Okay, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
So this particular scheme, Star Agri Infra, has been formulated for providing medium to long-term debt financing facility for investment in viable projects related to post-harvest management infrastructure. So the objective of the scheme is to improve marketing infrastructure to allow farmers to sell directly to large base of consumers. Also, with investment in logistic infrastructure, farmer will be able to sell in the market with reduced post-harvest losses. Also, with modern packaging and cold storage systems, farmers will be able to further decide when to sell in the market, and which will in turn will improve their income. So this was all about, at least it was a gist about Star Agri Infra. Now moving to the next scheme, which is SMFPE, abbreviated for Star Micro Food Processing Enterprises Scheme, under the centrally sponsored scheme PM formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Scheme. So in this scheme, Government of India through Ministry of Food Processing Industries has launched this scheme under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for providing financial, technical and business support for upgradation of existing micro food processing enterprises. So in this particular scheme, it is very interesting to note here that as per the revised MSME Act, what is micro units actually in food processing units? So micro units are those units wherein investment in plant and machinery and equipment is not more than 1 crore and turnover is not more than 5 crore. So the basic objective of these schemes are for capacity building of entrepreneurs through technical knowledge, skill training, and hand-holding support for the services. Also, increase access to the credit. The purpose of this scheme is to financially support to individual micro enterprises for upgradation of unit and support for common infrastructure to SHGs, FBOs, and cooperatives. Also, support for marketing, branding to group of SHGs, FBOs, and cooperatives. So one of the important characteristics of this scheme is that this is eligible for only existing micro food processing units in the operation. In this scheme, credit linked grant of 35% is available for individual micro food processing enterprises. Moving to our next scheme is SAHI, which abbreviates for Star Animal Husbandry Infrastructure under Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund of Government of India. So this scheme aims at establishing dairy processing and value addition infrastructure, meat processing and value addition infrastructure, and also animal feed plant. In this scheme, interest subvention up to 3% will be available for all the eligible entities. The another fourth scheme is Star Hawker Atmanirbhar Loan. So this is very well-known scheme and under PM Swanidhi scheme. So this scheme has been formulated to provide hand-holding to street vendors in particular in the form of working capital demand loan up to 10,000 rupees repayable in 12 monthly installment with 1 month of moratorium. The attractive feature of this scheme is that there is no requirement of any margin, no third-party guarantees required, and no collateral securities required. Also, for timely repayment of the loan, there is an interest subsidy of 7%, which will be credited directly to the saving account of the customers. So these were the glimpses of some of the schemes implemented by Government of India to curtail the effects of pandemic. Beside all these schemes, there are other schemes which our bank has specifically launched. So our bank has formulated several other schemes to promote the food processing units. Bank of India has launched several cluster-based schemes considering the major cropping pattern of this particular area, availability of food processing units in that particular area. Say, for example, there are several cluster-based schemes for our Vidarbha region, for such as cluster-based scheme for cotton ginning and pressing units, rice mill units, dal mill units, oil mill units, warehouses, receipt financing for food processing units, wherein all the eligible borrowers are extended the credit facilities in concessional rate of interest and concessional other processing charges also, with minimum collateral security and relaxation in margin norms. Besides this, the Bank of India has also established dedicated agri desk in every SME city center, wherein the officer in charge will look after the progress in agri food processing and agri infrastructure projects. On the other hand, there is a great initiative by RBI wherein the rate of interest has been switched from MCLRism to RBLRism, which is repo rate linked rate of interest scheme for food and processing units. So as such, the rate of interest have been further reduced to a comfortable level. So I try to provide glimpses and gist of us for some of the schemes for food processing industry, which our bank has launched. So if anyone wants to know about the specification as to how to approach the bank, what are the required documents, what are the eligibility criteria, how a borrower can apply to the bank, so then let me know. I'll share the details in your email IDs, or we are having question answer session after this session, so we can discuss it there also. So with this note, I thank you for providing me this opportunity, and I hand over the forum to sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Amita, thanks very much. Very comprehensive, product range that you have that covers not only the Atmanirbhar but also the Sampada schemes, and also moving forward the Swanidhi, and also all in all, this is a very good suite of products that Bank of India has for the food processing segment in India. Thanks very much. Now we will quickly move on to few question and answers, which we request Kruti Patra of Bank of Baroda, Raj Kishore ji from Bank of Maharashtra, and intermittently on the insurance aspects, Pranav Saxena ji to do. So we will do a mix. We will be asking few questions to Kruti and Raj Kishore ji, and in between also few insurance based questions to Pranav ji, so that the participant delegates in the webinar can get a fair idea of not only the role of a financial institution in food processing, but also role of insurers, how important and how critical it is for the food processing industry. So to start off, I would request Kruti and Raj Kishore ji to and also I also say that when Mr. Pradeep Parate of NABARD is able to join, there is some issue in the tech link. So once he is joining, we will have his presentation maybe possibly at the end. But to start off the questions, Kruti and Raj Kishore ji, from your experience as financial professionals and practitioners in the banking industry, we would like to know what food processing subsegments could be, dairy or horticulture or other value chains, which are in the say last 5 years, which are the subsegments that you have seen which are attracting the most investments, and also maybe you give a fair idea on if there are any geographies where there is more amount of disbursement happening. Also are there any locations or areas where you see that there is less amount of credit flow, just to give a flavor to everyone on how the financing to the food industry is kind of critically happening currently. Next set of questions would also be what do you look at the next say 5 years trend also. Kruti and Raj Kishore ji.
Okay, so shall I go ahead?
Prasad, I have an update from Mr. Raj Kishore. He's just sent us a message that he's stuck in a meeting, so he might join a little later.
Okay. Okay, so we will have then Kruti and Pranav ji from the United India insurance questions only. So what we'll do, Kruti will answer few questions on financial banking, and we will then top that up with some questions to Pranav ji on the insurance part. Yeah, Kruti, all yours.
Yeah. Thank you. So at the outset, I must thank Agrovision for taking out this initiative, and even at the March end, still being able to manage few bankers on the panel to share their views on the role of banking and financial sector as well as the insurance on food processing. So, like moving directly to the question has been put on to me, like uh, what has been our experience in terms of seeing the development of new segments in food processing sector in the last 4 5 years and all. So see, when because I come from a public sector background right now, I would say that the public sector banks are still having that approach of going into activities which has been very popular in the market. So basically, all these milling activities, dairy, bakery, and aqua processing. So all these processing activities are properly being covered. But yes, if you talk about the very new segment, let it be maybe probiotic or something like blast freezing for maybe RT segment, or maybe something called as high protein food or something. Yes, the number of units would be very less, and so the segment is maybe taking up. But because of the intervention by the government of India for dairy segment and animal husbandry segment, there has been a significant increase in the number of proposals under dairy segment, that I would say. And that too, earlier what happened is a lot of bakery units or other processing units, they themselves would not have this MSME registrations, for which they were hesitating a bit to take loans and all. But because of easy process on Udyog registration or Udyam portal registration, and through this self declaration mode, a lot of people are coming into the ambit and are finding it easy to take loans. So I would say that the segment is changing from major course serial processing to a secondary or a tertiary level processing, which would be milk products or bakery, uh, and even animal feed, and the meat and fish processing as well. Then the question was also about geography and all. I think I would not be the right person to comment on the geographies. The reason being, for us, it could be varying based on the locations that we are able to serve, maybe because of the branch presence or the network presence. Otherwise, what we see is at a pan-India level, we have actually internally developed, tried to do some research on this, and there is an ongoing project with one of the reputed institution in the country, and we see that the potential lies in each part of the country. But because of our presence and having our network strong in few states, we see good number of proposals, good number of applications coming in the mainly for the western part of the country as well as the central part. So Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. These are the leading states, I would say, in terms of getting new applications for food processing. And
Thank you. So, like when we look at, the market researchers and, they give data on the consumer research, and that has come out that, COVID or post-COVID, there has been, in terms of consumer preferences on the food plate, lot of, dairy, a lot of health products. So your inputs also say that mostly disbursements are also taking place in, dairying or horticulture, which I think is fantastic. So you credit disbursement is also happening into those areas which are the growth areas. So I think there is good amount of synergy between, finance and, the consumer preference. So thanks a lot. Now we go to, a question to Pranav ji on, the insurance aspect. Sir, in your view, for a insurer, what is, a food processing segment, and, also the sub segments, like if it is all about farming, breeding, and food making process, where would exactly, for say a layman who would be in the as a delegate, where would the insurance aspect come in? Why should at all somebody take insurance, say, in a food processing aspect? Pranav sir?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'll start with the food processing as you started your question. So this food processing, in my view, in a view of insurer, starts with the farmers and animal breeders, and it includes all process which are required for preparing the ready-to-eat food and transportation of the same to the end customer. So your question is that where the insurance comes in. Actually, insurance is a protection, a kind of shield, providing you protection against many risks which can harm your financial positions, which can take off your money. So basically, every business is having some capital, some money. So what we do, I'll elaborate it with step by step. See, if one farmer is sowing some seeds and or some this breeder is breeding some animal, so at the time of this farming, animal breeding, there are number of natural hazards which are not in control of farmers. So you can say, for example, rain and hailstorms, everything. So these unpleasant, unforeseen events can lead to some losses, some monetary losses. So what insurance do? If you are doing your things religiously, you are processing the, you are following the processes, then insurance will help you to overcome the losses. In case some accident happens and you incur some losses, then the insurance will protect you. Insurance will help you to make your losses good. So you will not suffer any monetary loss, and the things will go on smoothly for you. So you can concentrate over your work without having any fear of losing your money. Over to
Yeah.
Prasad
Yeah.
sir.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. So, like Kruti is here and also Amita is there. So, Amita also shared a lot of, products that, can be given to, say, FME or, the other, food parks or standalone food processing units. So, the point is, when one is setting up, say, a large size infrastructure project with a lot of linkages to the farmers, then your insurance cover would help mitigate some of the risks that would happen. So that's the basic gist, right sir?
Correct, sir.
Okay, yeah. So now we go to Kruti for Kruti discussed in what were the food processing aspects till now, but let's take a future crystal ball gazing. Kruti, till say 2025 or so, and more so after the post COVID, and say for benefits of the participants who are there in the webinar, where as a person, do you think from your experience, is this segment moving, and where, say, if I am wanting to put in a project, where should we as a entrepreneur should look at? Do you see some clear cut segments where over the next 5-7 years there will be some investment so that it will benefit the participating delegates? If suppose one is trying to put up a unit, maybe if you say that this is what attracts a financial institution a lot over the next 5 years, people can kind of consider those.
Okay. So actually, by the time you were asking, it brought a smile on me, because See, when we talk about the future, it is most likely it's not the banks based on which the future projects will be prepared. Mostly it will be the demand that is getting generated at the industry level. Accordingly, the banks will get attuned to those set of projects. So, like if I have to tell you, maybe a lot of people would be aware of it that. During the pandemic, the Amul, India's largest food processor, could launch about 35 new products, and interestingly, most of them are in the segment of immunity boosters. So when they were selling milk and flavored milk, now they have entered into, let's say, haldi milk, ginger milk, honey milk. So a lot of new variants. So what I see is the future will be for this immunity booster food. Thanks to COVID, people have learned how to go back to the basic and maybe do it in a like old wine in a new bottle, and maybe there will be a great demand for the organic and the traditional food. Yes, consumption, there is a demand for the consumption, but it is not easily available. That's why probably the traditional food also will come back to the shelf. But because of the health concern of the people, I see there is a big potential for the high protein diets, maybe snacks and food item. So and I see a lot of millet based recipes to come back to the normal market, because I see a lot of companies like who are into the ready to eat and ready to consumption segment are launching a lot of millet based product. The biggest thing that I see for the future of food processing is that the plant-based milk, meat, and egg. So basically, it is a plant-based protein which is coming up with a good number of people backing it in terms of sustainable production, as well as what you call green production, as well as environmentally responsible eating. So I see that maybe in another 5 to 7 years we will see a good number of companies coming in, and I believe by now there are roughly about 10 12 companies which are operating in smaller pockets and maybe developing their products. And so in the next 5 years, I see them to be one of the biggest competitor for the existing players.
I think this is very, very, important guidance from the financial industry to participating delegates. Thanks very much for, this. Uh, we will take one question for, Pranavji. And in the meantime, Pradeep Parateji has also joined. We welcome him. Sir, we just have few questions only, which we will quickly clear off, and then we will give the floor to you for presentation on NABARD, if that is okay. Uh, Pranavji, it is very interesting to know that insurance products are available to the farmers and also, to the startups. So just for, the benefit of the delegates who are there in this webinar, could you kindly give us, an overview of which are one of very, very popular insurance products or, schemes that one could take advantage of? Because I mean, Kruti has given an overview of now what are the upcoming trends. So if people are setting up projects, so what would be the most popular insurance products?
Sure, sir. We'll start from the government schemes. First of all, for farmers, we are having this Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme, which are operated by central government and state government in collaboration. So additionally, some general insurance companies are also offering various important insurance policies like cattle insurance policy, sheep and goat policy, honeybee insurance policy, sericulture insurance, shrimps and prawns. Every area of agriculture is being covered by general insurance policies like viticulture, salt work, biogas plant, everything. Moving towards startups, I'll say like fire insurance policy is there, which can protect against fire, earthquake, flood, inundation, subsidence, landslide. There are around 11 covers in this fire policy. So malicious damage and right strike, everything is covered in this policy. Similarly, there are machine breakdown policies for factories. These machinery breakdown policies will come into the picture when some machinery stops working and we are having huge losses due to stoppage of production. So this machinery breakdown policy not only cover the repairing cost or replacement cost of the machine, but it will also cover the losses we are having due to business interruptions. Uh, Workmen insurance policies are also there because in factories there are a number of workers doing their job. So in case of any accident to some worker, it is a responsibility of their employer to pay out some insurance policy can be helpful there. And public liability policy is also there. It is very important, sir, because in some factories, if we have some leakage of chemicals or gas, like we have seen some 2-3 examples, like Bhopal gas, very popular. Near past, we got one accident somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Kerala. So this LG plant gas leak was there. So in such kind of accidents, this public liability policy will take care of the compensations being paid to the third parties. There is also one very important policy. It is product liability policy. See, we are every day getting some innovative products, innovative food products, and food products are very potential if they are not prepared properly, or if they are stored in a different kind of temperature which is not made for them. So they can even harm the general public. And this product liability will be able to safeguard your losses at the point of getting this harm to people who are consuming your products. So this product liability policy is there. However, I suggest to all people who are starting up the small scale or medium scale business that they should not go for individual policies. Like for this, they can take machinery breakdown policy, they can take fire insurance policy, they can take workman policy. All are individual policies that separately they can take. But instead, if they go for some package policies like compact policy, it is offered by our company also, and MSME policy is also there. So these policies are what these policies are doing. This is are giving covers of all policies. Like compact policy can give the cover of fire insurance policy, all 11 covers of fire insurance policy, plus it can cover the burglary insurance policy in case of any theft of stock or anything for you. And workmen compensation policy is also included. So mechanical and electrical policy is also there. If any breakdown of machine or any electrical breakdown, the compact policy itself is able to take care of your losses. So uh, what we are doing in case of if we are going for different separate policies, so we will have to pay a more premium, and we will have to think of some more formalities, some like renewals, everything. If we take one package policy, it will take care of all risks, and we will be safer, and it will be convenient also, especially for small scale and medium scale businesses. If you are going for some large scale industries, so I'll suggest they should contact one insurer, some reliable insurer, so they can get their policy tailor made according to their needs. See, the needs of large industries is very different from the small scale or medium scale industries. Large scale industries will be having more focus on the engineering insurance. They may be providing some health insurance to their workers also. they will be demanding all these covers in one policy. So we can issue a tailor-made policy after proper inspection and looking to their needs. So I'll suggest if some large-scale industry is going for insurance, it should take a tailor-made insurance policy. One more benefit I would like to share of insurance, that taking insurance is not just paying premiums and getting claims in the case of loss. It is also getting some expert advices. See, most of the time, insurers, when they issue some policy, they conduct one inspection, one technical inspection by a professional. So what they do at the time of inspection, they see what are the risks associated with your products, what with your buildings and stock, everything. So they assess the risks and advise you how to mitigate the risk. So in that case, there may be a fair chance that you may never get any loss. So insurance can provide you some expert advices also. So in this way, I think insurance is a remedy of all type of losses. So from farmers to large scale, we are having number of products for every stage, for every need. So general insurance is able to cater every uh, loss. So you will be working risk free, sir.
Presentation. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sir, what do you?
Kruti, we now go to one question to you, which is on, the support that the Apex, bank, which is the Reserve Bank of India, is giving in the last, 1 year, ever since, the COVID has started, to support as priority sector lending guidance on, the startups or the FPCs. And also, there are a lot of Atmanirbhar schemes which give interest subvention, which again promote a lot of, startups. For example, AIF scheme is there, which kind of has given in the guidelines to promote the startups. And also, if you look at Operation Green, stock to total, there's good amount of, thrust which is given if projects come from the FPOs, FPCs. So looking at all these aspects, how do we see that, these could benefit the food processing industry? Would startups and, FPO, FPCs look at, the policy changes in PSL, and also a lot of money that can come to them as incentives or subvention through whether Sampada scheme or whether, the other schemes of PMMSY or AHIDF, to actually put up projects, so that, the financial institution could also top that up with the debt requirement, and then overall the industry grows. So any views on that? Are you looking at, some green shoots that people are coming over, given that, there is good amount of PSL support and incentive support?
Yeah, sorry, was that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll take it a little reverse. I will first address on the Atmanirbhar Bharat schemes. So roughly about 6 schemes got included in that. And while the government has announced a big amount as what do you call assistance to the entrepreneurs, this has actually opened up a new area for people to explore with the assistance from the government. For the banks, it has been like the way earlier Amita madam has made a presentation talking about the new schemes. Because the government launched these 6 schemes related to agriculture, all the banks were asked to design certain schemes so that the entrepreneurs in those area can be facilitated. So when there were existing demand for certain infrastructure, but because of these interest subventions or what you call dedicated scheme by different banks has opened up like new opportunity for the banking industry as well as for the interested parties to approach for new loans. And particularly the government has been trying to streamline these activities in a way to what you call onboarding of the customers, onboarding of the applicants through online platform, and then sending these leads with certain documents to the concerned branches, and then helping them to take a decision. So basically, I'll say the government is prompting a lot in this activities. And yes, we ourselves have seen a good number of flow of proposals to our bank. But yes, there are concerns as well in terms of conversions. Under agri infrastructure, I would say roughly there are about 50 to 60% conversions. But I believe in due course of time that efficiency would improve, because the systems are being set up right now. So there are need for some more clarity from the ministries and departments. But yes, this has opened up opportunity for people to join in. But you asked one very interesting question about the recent changes in the PSL guideline with respect to lending to startups and the farmer producer companies. My observation is that like Bank of Baroda itself is a member of primary member of this Small Farmer Agribusiness Consortium (SFAC), and in the this year annual board meeting, I was seeing that the number of FPCs to which SFAC has granted a credit guarantee for collateral-free loans, it is hardly in about 160, 170. So if you see the overall lending happening to the FPC is still not that great. Yes, NBFCs has definitely captured a very good market, particularly NAP Kisan is doing a great job, and maximum of the credit guarantee for collateral free loans is being availed by NAP Kisan. But by increasing the limit to 5 crore, yes, the concept of FPC is getting popularized gradually. We are seeing a little increase in the number of proposals coming to us. So I believe this would be the case everywhere. But at the same time, people with this banking setup are also need to be trained about FPC, which for which RBI and NABARD they are doing a great job through their training institutes. And by increasing the limit, it will become a target segment for the banks now to start looking for the big size or the good size FPCs and then get into the lending part. On the startup side, while this is a very welcome segment, which will encourage the banks to design schemes for financing as well as startups to get a easy way of lending, I still think there is a challenge because an assessment of uh, startup itself is certain area like banks are not very used to do because it needs a separate skill set to understand the startup and to understand the fund flow or the valuation and all together. So I think banks are still trying to evolve through in a way to design schemes for the startups. But yes, as long as it is with the credit guarantee under CGTMAC or something like this. People have designed schemes, but this would not be a very great. At the current scenario, I will say that the lending up to 50 crores is yet to be achieved, but I believe soon banks will come up with their strategies to lend to these startups.
Thank you,
Over to you.
Kruti. That's very interesting observation. Now we will go to Pranav ji. Sir, we looked at the COVID times where there have now, thanks to the issues of social distancing and all, that mandis were not in operation, and a large part of the produce was going directly to the consumer via, say, apps or the e-commerce marketplaces and all. And also in the last few months, or say over last 2 quarters, we are seeing the financial institutions back lot of commodities, warehouse receipts and all. But one technical questions on that was, what are the challenges that you face in the warehouse receipt financing?
Mr. Prasad, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Pradeep Parate has also joined.
Yeah, ma'am. Just one more question, and then we
Sure,
will
sure.
go to Pradeep
No,
ji
I
for
just
the.
thought maybe just to let you know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sir, I'll start with this e-commerce. Actually, yes, you are saying it is an emerging field. It has developed much in this COVID era. So we are also having policies for e-commerce platforms also. See, hacking risk, virus-based extortion risk, email spoofing. There are a number of risks which are being faced by this e-commerce platforms. So we are having e-commerce insurance policies also, which will protect these e-commerce e-commerce companies for legal liabilities of hacking and fund misappropriation, etc. Secondly, I'll come to this technical question that insurance challenges in warehouse receipt financing. Sir, many of people will say that insurance covers are not available for all kind of stock and in every warehouse. So it may create some hurdle in getting uh, loan against warehouse receipt. I'll say it is a kind of security for banks. See, if insurer is not ready to insure some kind of stock or some specific warehouse, then it means it is having some more risk. So this vulnerable kind of stock and warehouse are not getting insured, and it is not getting this qualifying for this warehouse receipt financing also. So it is a kind of security for banks, lenders, everything. Plus, I also feel some challenges are there, like this market rate of stock. Market rate of stock is a key player in insurance of every warehouse or stock insurance, because in case of any loss, these insurance policies will pay according to the market rates of stock. So whatever the market rate of stock is there, the insurance claims will be paid according to that only. And this market rate claim payment will also be limited to the basic sum insured of the policy. So what will happen? I'll give you two examples. One, suppose there is some increase in the market rate of insured stock. We insured stock at the rate of some 100%, and at the time of claim, the market rate of this stock is go up to 160% of the insured value. So at the time of loss, what insurance policy will do, it will take as a under insurance, because at the time of claim you are demanding more, and the insured sum insured is less, so it will be taken as under insurance. So this under insurance will pay you claims according to one pro rata calculation. For 60% increase, it will come up to 62.5% of pro rata claim payment. So in that case, the banker or the loanee both can lose whatever they have expected the amount of claim. Plus, uh, in case this increase is more, and it is after the increase and after the application of pro rata calculation also, if it is going again more than sum insured, then still the claim payment will be limited to sum insured only. In the second scenario, if there is some decrease in market rate of the stock, then again insurance company will not go into some pro rata calculation or anything. It will say, okay, you insured as per your needs, and it will pay according to the lesser available market rates. So this risk is there always, even after the insurance, so that lenders will not be able to recover their full money, and the loanees will not be able to uh, uh, make their losses good in the complete scenario. Plus, I feel that bank needs to verify that the sum insured of some specific stock against which they are going to finance someone, it is adequate to provide the required level of coverage, even in case of fluctuation of market rates also. See, if there is a uh, mm, decrease in market rates, then there is no remedy. You cannot do anything. But in case of increase in market rates, by taking some more insurance, the insurance sum insured is, if the sum insured is more than the required one, then it can take care of that increase of market rate also, and under insurance will not be applicable or will be applicable in a lesser amount. Plus, second big challenge I think, like bank can seize the stock at the time of default. If a loanee is not able to pay the amount, bank can seize the stock. But in case the bank fails to sell it out, or if bank could not recover the complete outstanding amount of the loan, the insurance will not trigger at all, because there is no damage to the insured stock. Insurance will trigger only at the case of some damage to the stock. So there is a second risk. Third risk can be there, like sometimes I'm seeing the cases like freight forwarders. They are also offering collateral management. They are offering this stock as collateral. So as the extension of their logistic operations, they are offering collateral management service also, generally through one open cargo insurance policy. In such case, banks are required to meticulously check the terms and conditions of insurance policy. See, if this insurance cover is ceasing at the time of commodity leaving its premises, then it can be a big threat, because if stock is in transit, and if someone is getting finance against this stock, and it is not under cover of the insurance, then banks can be on risk. So in case of damage, borrowers can also be some disadvantage, because the loan which are scheduled for payment in 12 months or some specific duration, so this loan is being paid early, which was scheduled for some longer duration. It is being paid early at the event of loss, and they are also losing their assets, which is their stock. So there can be some plans of the loanees which are, I think, getting vanished out. So in this situation, bankers and this loanees both are at risk. Even insurance is providing some kind of coverage, but it is not sufficient. I think I should use this word. It is not sufficient at the present scenario, but we are developing some products which may in future be able to cater all these issues. So the insurers, the lenders will get maximum protection, and the loanees will also get the maximum protection of their stock. They will be able to get maximum out of their losses.
Yeah.
Over to Professor.
Yeah, this is very elaborate output which is beneficial for all the participants, including all the financial institutions. So now we come to Pradeep Parate ji, DGM of NABARD, and we request sir for a presentation on what all NABARD is doing in the food processing segment. Sir, over to you, sir, Pradeep ji.
Thank you for inviting me and to participate in the event. Very grateful to the Agro Vision Foundation. Firstly, whether I can hear you all, whatever I am speaking.
Sir, a bit more volume is less.
Now you can hear me?
No, sir.
Yes, yes. Now you can hear me? It's my presentation, whether you can start my presentation.
It's a bit better, sir, but we would need more volume of sound.
Our sound. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
No, sir.
Can you hear us?
No, sir.
Hear me now? Because I increase full sound now.
No, sir, it's not.
New Year brings a fresh air.
Whether I can start or because I increase sound from my level full.
I think better to start, sir.
चला आपला इकडून. Now I can speak. I can
Yes,
speak.
sir.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start my presentation. Actually, I am giving presentation on the role of NABARD in promotion of the agro processing sector. Actually, this particularly NABARD is working for agriculture and rural development. So we have promotional developmental role as well as the refinance role, as well as we are in the direct credit under the food processing sector. So whether you can start my presentation, because I already emailed to you. If you want, you can start my presentation also. Now you can hear me. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, it's a
Hello.
bit better.
Okay, okay. You can whether you can start my presentation, because I could not see the presentation on the screen. Whether you can start my presentation. Hello. Can go for first slides. So NABARD actually in the promotion of agro processing sector, NABARD is I just want to give the brief introduction of the food processing sector, but I think most of the speaker I covered about the introduction of the food processing sector. So as you are aware that food processing sector is a sunrise sector, and we are actually major, we have to promote this food processing sector because it is a sunrise sector, and there is a lot of opportunities are there, particularly the employment opportunity, export opportunity, and there is a need lot of production taking place in India. Particularly we have crossed already the 300 million tons in horticulture. In agriculture also we have reached near about 290 million tons. So there is a lot of scope for the food processing sector. And as you know, there are in food processing sector, there are the through two important sectors are there. One is the organized sector and unorganized sector. So NABARD defined the food processing sector as the organized sector as well as non-organized sector. Organized sector are employing less people as compared to the non-organized sector. Organized sector employing near about 18 lakh people, but unorganized sector is involving near about 48 lakh people. So this is a major food processing sector in India, and as you are aware that there are larger producer in number of commodities in India, because cereal, banana, mango, chili, ginger, and milk and meat, we are the largest producer, and we are the second largest producer in the fruits and vegetable, and third largest in the marine product, as well as fifth in the poultry production. Our wastage is near about 93,000 crores per annum. Near about 15 to 20% of the total production are wasted as the post-harvest losses. So there are, as you are aware, in the food processing sector, there are primary processing, secondary processing, and tertiary processing. So we have to concentrate more on the primary processing if you want to concentrate on the agriculture infrastructure fund, which our Prime Minister has announced, and there they envisage the investment of the 1 lakh crore in that agri infrastructure fund. there is a need for the cleaning unit, drying unit, salting, packing unit, or there is a need for the warehouses, cold storages, ripening chambers. So these are the major need in primary processing, which is not available at the field level, because agro processing is fully dependent on the harvesting. After harvesting, infrastructure to be built up in the farm level. The infrastructure is required there. So for that, the agriculture infrastructure fund has been created, and as you know that we can tell that because there are a lot of demand for the food products like functional and organic food, convenience food. But in India, there is a lot of demand for the dairy, meat, and fresh fruits and fruit juices and beverages. This sector, India has to concentrate if the food processing sector has to be developed. And yeah, if you see, our gross value added in the food processing sector is only 1.7%. India is adding, as compared to the other countries who are adding more than 5% or 6%. Our manufacturing also gross value added is only 9.7%. Other countries have 35 to 26%. So we may have to concentrate on the food processing sector as a total sector. This is my introductory speech regarding this, and already the other bankers has covered a lot of scope has been given by the government of India under priority sector lending also. Food processing sector has been given the major role in the our priority sector guidelines. And as if you see that there are under 100% FDI is available under food processing sector, and there are already there is a target for the government of India to increasing the share of the food processing sector. So there is a lot of scope available for the food processing sector. But if you see the credit going to the sector is very low. It is only 6.7% of the total year-to-year growth, and only 92 lakh crore credit is going to non-food credit sector. But if you see the credit flow in the sector is very minimum. So there is a need to finance more and more to by the banks to this particular sector. So as the government is considered and NABARD is considered, NABARD is given the separate fund by the government of India as a food processing fund. It's a corpus of 2,000 crore and allotted by the government in the year 2014-15. Here actually we are financing for the setting up of the designated food park, that is the mega food park or agro food clusters, as well as establishing food processing units in the designated food park. This particular corpus which government of India has given to the NABARD for the as a food processing fund with a 2,000 crore corpus, it is given in the 2014-15. And this is only for the financing of the organized sector like mega food park, agro food clusters, then establishment of the food processing unit inside this mega food park. So this particular fund which NABARD is administering this fund, and NABARD is providing direct lending to the borrower, and this is very concession rate it is available because this fund is created through this shortfall in the priority sector advantage. Whatever shortfall in priority sector advantage, this particular fund has been created. So this fund has a greater role to play, particularly for the financing the units inside the mega food park, financing the units inside the agro food cluster, as well as the financing new mega food park, financing new agro processing cluster. So this fund is already operational with NABARD. It is utilized near about the 500 crore we have utilized. 1,500 crore is still available for the investor to invest in this, take the loan from the NABARD. Because in private players also we are providing at the rate of 5.6%. It is very lower interest rate. For the government and government entities, it is available near about 3%. So rate of interest for providing this fund is very low. Okay. Then again, Government of India has announced some formalization of the micro food processing cluster, where they are supporting the modernize and enhance the competitiveness of the micro enterprises. There they are supporting the FPOs, SHGs, cooperatives for package of services. It is also for the creation of the common infrastructure along with the value chain. So this silent features of this micro food processing enterprises, formalization of the PMFME, we called it that. This is centrally sponsored scheme with an outlay of 10,000 crore, and it for the 5 years from 2021 to 24-25, and this will cover the 2,000 enterprises, and the expenditure will be shared between the center and state government at 60 to 40 ratio, and it is envisaged that 25,000 crore investment is expected under the program. And this particular fund is only for the cluster approach and focus on the perishable. So what type of the benefits of this PMFM is that 35% of the eligible project cost, or we selling 10 lakhs, is available for the micro units, and beneficiary contribution should be minimum of the 10%. It also support for the farmers producer organization, SHGs and cooperative for providing the seed capital at the rate of rupees 40,000 per SHG. So this particular scheme, which is announced by the Prime Minister and is implemented to the nodal department of the state, like Commission of Agriculture, this is a very cool schemes where we can cover the SHGs and FPOs, because those are the unorganized sector. They are doing only processing, they are doing the processing activity, but they are very traditional way they are doing. It is the modernization is required, particularly the for micro food processing units which are located at village level, taluka level, which are organized. They are unorganized sectors where large amount of employments are dependent on that. So such sectors can be recouped with a particular scheme. So we may have to, bankers has to finance these SHGs as well as FPOs and cooperatives for this formalization of the micro food processing cluster. Secondly, in agriculture infrastructure fund, which government of India has announced during last year, this fund is also very important for the creation of the harvesting, after harvesting infrastructure in the village level, particularly godowns, cold storages, ripening chambers, cleaning and grading units. So this particular infrastructure, what NABARD has done, NABARD has also given one special refinance facility to the primary agriculture cooperative society. Primary agriculture cooperative society are the grassroots level institution who are catering the credit needs of the village level. These primary agriculture cooperative societies can create such type of the infrastructure at the village level, and NABARD can provide the refinance at 3%, which is a very lower cost, as well as they can avail the 3% interest subvention available, subvention available from the government of India. Because normally the cooperatives and RRB are not the member of the CGSME, they may not get the credit guarantee cover. For that, the NABARD is also trying to develop one new insurance product, that is NAP Sanrakshan, for this RRB and cooperatives, so that they can also be covered under the insurance of the for providing loan to the agriculture fund. Then beside this, NABARD, Government of India has given us one fund called Fisheries Infrastructure Development Fund. Fisheries Infrastructure Development Fund is given where we got state government or state government entity can create the fisheries infrastructure, particularly some infrastructure required for the fisheries catching as well as the processing of the infrastructure in the state level. So this fund is also operational, where there are about 7-8 states are already signed MOU with the Government of India, including Maharashtra, also signed the memorandum of understanding with the Government of India, where they are going to develop some fishing harbor in the Konkan region of the Maharashtra. So fishing harbor also can be developed, where the fisherman can use that fishing harbor so that they can dry the fish, or they can help him to catch the fish, and also processing of the fish. So this particular fund is also available from the Government of India. And if you see the food processing fund, which I already told to you, here actually major things which covered under the food processing fund is that modernization and additional infrastructure in the designated food park, setting up of the new processing units within the designated food park, and modernization of the existing processing units under the designated food park. So wide range of post-harvest resulting in the value addition, like cleaning, grading, waxing, control ripening, labeling, packing, warehousing can be financed under the food processing fund. Actually, what is the concept of mega food park is that in mega food park, all the facilities are available for the new unit to develop. Because if any food processing unit has to develop outside the mega food park, he has to take a lot of permission from the Government of India, and as well as the state government, pollution control board, all those things. Here in mega food park, all type of the facilities are there. Already there is a power, already there is a water is available, drainage facilities available, mega food park people will create warehouses, cold storages, so that he doesn't have to invest for the common infrastructure. He doesn't have to invest for the packing of the units, labeling of the unit, bottling of the plant. So all these facilities will be available in the mega food park. So 80 units will be established there. He doesn't have to move here and there for the government department to take the permission. He can directly establish unit inside the mega food park. Here the bankers have the opportunity to financing the units under mega food park. Because in Maharashtra, there are three mega food park already operational. One is the Satara mega food park in Satara, Varda mega food park in Varda, as well as the Paitan mega food park in Aurangabad. All the three mega food park is already in operational, where the investors have the opportunity to take the land and on leasehold basis or permanent leasing facility uh, from this mega food park, because this mega food park also financed by the banks. And this mega food park already the infrastructure is created. There is a water available, there is a drainage facility available, there is the availability of the power also, land is also level. So he doesn't have to wait for the so much facility should be created. He can directly purchase the land and start the food processing units inside the mega food park. So here opportunity is available. The three more mega food park are already in operation. Besides this, some private mega food parks also there. Haldiram mega food park in Nagpur, Chodia mega food park in Satara. So there also some lands are available, and there also investors have the opportunity to lend under food processing fund. In the food processing fund, we have already sanctioned the 700 crores of the loan, and already disbursed near about the 400 crores of the loan. The 10 mega food parks and agro processing cluster of 10, and near about smaller units of 9 units we have already financed. So these are the highlights of our mega food park, this food processing fund. And there are food processing fund, we can give loans to state government directly, as well as the state government entity also if they want to finance, as well as the any special purpose vehicle or cooperative or food processing organization or farmers producer organization, companies, or any partnership firm, entrepreneurs who are available. It is available for the 7 years, and the rate will be the whatever the rate monetary policy will decide the bank rate. We are giving state government at bank rate minus 1.5%. For the private entrepreneurs, we are giving at this rate we are giving at 5.6%, and along with the risk premium from 0.1 to 0.3%. So this fund is available with a cheaper rate. So we have receiving proposals from the entrepreneur, the prospective entrepreneurs, and we are sanctioning also. So this particular fund, I think that AgroVision Foundation can propagate this fund, and those people who are interested can avail this facility under the fund. There are also NABARD is also having the promotional fund for this particular particularly. Hello,
Mr. Parate,
yes, yes, yes.
could you please also give cue to the person so that he can move your presentation?
Yes, yes. Actually, already presentation is on the dais. You can move the presentation because I don't have the here rights to move because I have given to the organizer.
Yeah,
They
sir,
can
but you
move.
will need to give them cue to change the slide.
Okay, okay, okay. So now
So
I
what
request
slide?
you to. I will ask to go to the first slide.
So they are on the role of NABARD in promotion of agro food processing sector. They are on the first slide right now.
Go to the second slide.
Second slide. Okay, sir. So just tell them when to change the slide so that they can change it and they can, coordinate with you.
This 2, 3, 4, 5 slides are only for the introductory speech of the food processing sector. So
Ji.
I already covered this actually. This
Okay.
is
So introduction you have already covered, right, sir?
you can go to the directly to position and potential of India in a globe.
ठीक है, sir.
Slide.
Okay.
See, this actually in processing sector, this what I want to say, what is the scope for the food processing sector? Because we are in the first in milk pulses and juice, second in fruits and vegetables, which I covered now. This is the scope available for the food processing sector. Next slide, please. The next slide, if you see what are the demands under the food processing sector. So if you see the India, there is a demand for the dairy, meat, fresh fruits, fruit juices, beverages, which I told you. And what are the important products for the other countries where they are most of the demand. If you see convenience food, snacks and prepared meal, it is in Eastern Europe where a large amount of demand. So taking into the demand in the various countries, we can plan our export in the food processing sector. That's why this slide is given. So if carbohydrate staples food, African countries are having a larger demand. Next slide, please. So here I want to give it that what is actually our food processing sector is contribute. It is very minimum contribute 1.7% and 9.7%. Afterwards, data is not available. But if you compare with other countries, it is very low or minimum. Next slide, please. You see in this, what are the post-harvest losses? If you see, in maximum losses taken place in the sector of the fisheries marine, because fisheries sector having the larger losses. If you see the fruits and vegetable also second largest losses, then if you see the pulses having larger losses. So we have to see the commodity-wise losses where the larger losses are there, where we may have to create the post-harvest infrastructure. Commodity-specific post-harvest infrastructure is required here. Next. Then I covered here the what is the contribution to the economy about the food processing sector and how much people are engaged in the food processing sector, because we divide the food processing sector into organized and unorganized sector, including Government of India also created a scheme taking into account the organized sector and unorganized sector. So organized sectors are employing less people as compared to the unorganized sector, and employment opportunity is more in the organized sector. So we may have to also concentrate the unorganized sector where bankers are not willing to finance because of the lot of problems in security aspects and their repayment clarity, including they don't have the enough margin to provide for the processing sector, but there large amount of the people are employed. Next. Next is the contribution of the economy in the sector. Then this particular I already covered. Next slide, please. Next slide, I want to tell you that what is the credit flow to the food processing sector, because out of the non-food credits flow of 92,000 there, it is very low as compared to the other sector, agriculture, allied, and all this sector. Next. So these are the credit flow to the food processing sector with other sector. Here I have given the food processing sector credit flow is only growth rate. If you see, it is going negative. Only 4.2% it is contributing, and growth is also very low. Only outstanding loan as on 27 March, which we have taken from the RBI website, it is 1,54,146 crore. It is very small as compared to the other sector where the credit flow is very high. If you cannot compare with the road and chemical and basic metal where the credit flow is more than the food processing sector, because food processing sector, the large amount of the foods are produced from the India. Next. Next, please. So next slide, I am giving that what are the initiatives Reserve Bank of India and Government of India for development of food processing industry. Under priority sector, they have considered the food and agro processing unit up to 100 crore per borrower can finance by the bank, and they can provide agriculture infrastructure loan to the MSME also, and MSME sector also can be covered under the priority sector lending. So these are the important thing, including PM Sampada, which already one speaker has covered. There is allocation of 6,000 crore, and food processing fund, which I already covered, where the 2,000 crore is there. So these are the new schemes under the food processing sector where investor can take opportunity and use this particular scheme for creating the food processing sector infrastructure. Then next is the formalization of the micro food processing cluster, where what are the of that particular scheme, what are the silent features and support available, because support is very important here. Because for the micro units, this particular schemes catering the need, 35% of the subsidy is available up to 10 lakhs for the micro units. and beneficiary has to contribute 10% of the balance loan amount. So here the bankers have the opportunity to finance, particularly the micro units, which are very small in unit but having the processing facility. And SHGs, where there is a very good amount of support available from the government of India. Seed capital is available for 40,000 per SHG for loan to the member for working capital and small loan, including grant support is also there and handholding support is also there. Next scheme, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is the next scheme. It is already covered by our earlier speaker and I also covered. Here the 3% per annum is the interest subvention available, up to 2 crore the interest subvention available, as well as the credit guarantee is available. Here NABARD has introduced one refinance facility to the district cooperative bank for financing to the primary agriculture cooperative society at the groundnut level. So we are asking primary agriculture cooperative society to develop such agriculture infrastructure in the villages, and we can provide the concessional credit to them as well as they can avail the interest subvention from the government of India. Then they will get the fund at the 1% because we are lending refinance at 3%, where 1% is the cooperatives, and at the PAX level it is available at the 4%, where 3% interest subvention is available from the government of India. So they will get the fund at the 1% at a cheaper rate. So this particular schemes is very much functional in the Telangana state, where the 2,000 crore Telangana state government has given the state government guarantee for this agriculture infrastructure fund, where 2,000 crore amount has been disbursed to all the PACs, and all the PACs have developed the warehouses, and those warehouses constructed by the government, government has given some contractor who is purchased that warehouses, where my earlier speaker told that because of the warehouse conditions, most of the banks are not financing. Here they are complying with the WADRA norms also, Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority norms in the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And this particular scheme is government has provided the credit guarantee to the banks for financing agriculture. So most of the state government are coming forward for financing this activity. Next. Then I want to tell us about the Operation Gheen is there, because here normally the tomato, potato and onion, TOP, top we called it that, also finance, where subsidies available up to 50% of the cost of two components. There is the opportunity for the investor to invest. Next is the Agriculture Infrastructure, Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund. This is not operational so far. Only I am giving the broader view of the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund. Next slide, please. This is only HIDF, which is going to be launched shortly by Government of India, which will be administered to NABARD. Here also there is a credit guarantee fund of 750 crore is available. So far, this scheme is not launched by the Government of India. Next, I want to go through the food processing fund, which now NABARD is administering that fund. Next slide, please. The next slide, this is the food processing fund which NABARD is administering, where 2,000 crore fund is instituted. Here NABARD is directly lending to the borrower. Normally NABARD is providing refinance to the bank, but in this case NABARD is directly lending to the borrower. So any food park recognized by the MOPP, where we can give the credit, the concession rate. Here in the mega food park, any units want to set up any individual unit, there also we can provide the loans. Next. Here about 14 projects are sanctioned under that, and term loan of the 540 crore. And whatever the projects are, can we consider any designated food park has to be established, any modernization, additional infrastructure in designated food park, setting of the new processing unit, and modernization of the existing unit. Next slide, please. These are the scope and type of the food processing units which can be covered under this fund. Value addition or enhanced storage life we can consider under this code. There is no bar that this particular fund, this particular activity are not considered. All the activities of primary and secondary processing are covered under this fund. Next. So there all the entities are eligible, including SPV, cooperative, federation, farmer producer organization, corporate, companies, enterprise, all are eligible. And then if you see designated and notified food parks and mega food parks are eligible under this particular fund. Next. are the brief about the what are the projects we have financed all over India. There are about 12 mega food parks we have financed under this fund. Slide please. We have also financed the agro food processing clusters, which are located all over India. There are 10 agro food processing clusters. Next slide please. These are the 10 agro food processing clusters we have financed. Next is the these are the individual. Next slide please. Next is the individual food processing units in designated food park which we have financed. Near about 9 units we have financed. 1 units are located in Orphan in Satara, which we have financed recently. We have disbursed also. Here disbursement figure is not there. We are disbursing about 1.23 crores to them. They are going to do for the dairy processing. Next. So here these 3 mega food parks are there already in under implementation. Any investor want to establish any units inside this mega food park, we can provide this food processing fund at concession rate directly to that borrower. Next. These are the other projects which are already approved by the Government of India. Government of India is one separate ministry, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. This has already approved this mega food park. Here, any units want to establish, if it is completed, then there also we can provide this food processing fund as concession rate. Sir, some of the projects are implementation stage, some of the projects are under completion stage. But so far, all the projects are not commissioned, but most of the projects are under completion stage. Next. Next slide, please. These are the broad guidelines. We will provide the loan at 95% of the term loan, tenure of the 7 years, and what are the rate of interest. PLR is our prime lending rate, where we add our prime lending rate at this stage is 5.6%, along with the risk premium of 0.1 to 0.3%. So for the private entities like FPO, they have to contribute 25% of margin, but state government entity and has to provide only 5% of the margin. So other private players who want to take this opportunity, they have to contribute 25% of the margin. Next. So major thing in this is that we want to give the support to the public and private sector. Because one scheme was NABARD is handling from 2014-15 warehousing infrastructure fund, where 5,000 crore amount is there. Now this scheme is minimum tonnage capacity required for warehouse is 5,000 tons. Now this scheme is going to close during this financial year, where we have financed a lot of cold storages, then control atmosphere storages, cold chains, pack houses, reefer vans. So those type of the structure was there, and this scheme is not operational from the next year onwards. So here also a lot of borrowers, warehousing corporation have taken the advantage of this. Next. So next is the NABARD Infrastructure Development Assistance. One NABARD is also next slide, please. Before that. NABARD is also having some direct financing product. Like one is the credit facility to federation, where we are providing the short-term credits to the cooperatives, federation, marketing cooperatives. We are also providing credit facility to the farmers producer organization also. So this credit facility, short-term credit facility is available for 12 months or 3 months as per their requirement. And this for procurement of the food grains, as well as the cleaning, grading of the primary processing. Lot of the this federation, civil corporation in the state government are taking this particular fund. This is we are lending near about 40,000 to 50,000 crore. This year also we have lent 45,000 crore to various federations and cooperatives, as well as the civil supply corporation, marketing federation of the states level. They are procuring the because they require the fund for the procurement of the agriculture produce from the farmers at minimum support price, and they are giving to the FCI or food corporation of the India, or for the consumption at the state level for the PDS activity. So this fund is available from NABARD. Next. This is from our own resources. NABARD also launched one NABARD Infrastructure Development Assistance, NIDA. Here NABARD is providing the term loan or to the state government or state government corporation, including private players also. This NIDA is for the creation of infrastructure at the state level, and this long-term loan are available up to the 15 years, and we are providing the competitive interest rate to the borrower as per the rates available with the commercial bank, and this is also available for the creation of the food processing infrastructure. Yeah. This is NABARD created from their own resources, so this is available. And also NABARD created producer organization development for providing the grant support to the farmers producer organization. Next. This is potato value chain. I think I may not have time, but I want to give one example where we have supported BIAF karke one institution is there in the Pune, where they have floated one producer company called Vasundhara Agri Horti Producer Company. They having centers in our Sindhudurga and Ratnagiri, where they are processing cashew and other food crop, and they develop their own brand, and they are telling they are marketing the cashew and other fruit crop through their brand, like Kokum product, then various cashew product, as well as the various Avla candy and all the other products. They have developed their own brand. These are our grand product through our grand support. Next. These are the way we are doing the marketing. They are collecting the produce from the farmer, and they are doing the processing at their center, and they are selling the produce at the brand name of the Vapcol. Vapcol is my brand name they develop under for the cashew processing and various food product processing. So this is one of the channel where NABARD has developed that this cooperatives like NGOs can play important role by development of the producer organization and through their brand development and marketing the product, and they can earn the profit out of that. So we are actually mostly NABARD is concentrating for strengthening the farmers base or SHGs or JLGs, because we are working for the ground level institution. So we want to develop those institutions, and they can compete with the already organized sector where the branded products are there. Next. These are the some of the onion, some of the value chain which we have developed through our NABARD support or grant support. But I don't know if the organizer have the time. We are having the 3 videos of this onion, potato, and tomato. If organizer have the time, I can run that videos also. That Prasad sir can give the whether they want that those videos can be there. Next slide, please. If organizer can tell, we can run 1 or 2 videos. Next thing is that there is the onion value chain. What are the important key learning from that? We observed that if you can provide them the linkage from the farmers to the end up to the marketing, this linkage, this particular value chain can work. So because of this linkage, there is an increase in productivity, increased by 33%, because we have provided the latest technology to the farmer. And also they can sell, they have given the proper prices, what prices we will purchase at, and also provided the infrastructure like storage and all those things, so that they can go there. Then the second thing is that there is a marketing facilities are available where the assured prices are given to the farmer. Next. There is a potato also where KVK Hooghly and 8 packs under the Hooghly DCCB West Bengal, we have developed this, where we have provided the quality seeds to them as well as the technical inputs to them, and they have developed as well as the scientific management practices, including the soil testing and need-based fertilizer application. We find that their productivity is increased, and as well as we are providing them the marketing infrastructure for selling the product. Next. So this is tomato value chain. There also similar cases are there where we have provided in Karnal in Haryana. So under the grant support, we are also providing the value addition to the NGOs, SHG Federation, and all those things for development of the food processing and value addition. This is our on-farm producer organization. Actually, what we want that farmers producer organization along with that on-farm producer organization means those organization members which are doing the food processing activity, they can also form the cluster, and the small units of the food processing can provide the food to their OFPO, and OFPO will create the common infrastructure. They will take the part of the marketing of the produce, branding of the produce, labeling of the produce, then packing of the produce, and small unit will provide the at the village level. Next. These are the skill development activity now also giving for training to the various NGOs, voluntary agencies, RCTs, and government institutions for development of the skills of the rural population. Next. Slide, please. These are the, I found some of the constraints in food processing sector. This you may see that. These are the major constraints where we have to overcome those constraints so that this sector can come up very good, because there is a high cost of manufacturing, packing, then there is a fluctuation of the raw materials, inadequate facility for maintaining startup and pilot testing technology and innovation. So there is a organized production is required for raw material, because the raw material availability is also a problem for the food processing sector. So these are the major constraints which highlighted where because of this sector is not developing so rapidly. Next slide, please. These are the I already highlighted those inadequate flow of the credit, non-availability of the skilled person, because poor adoption of the quality standard. A lot of unorganized sector having the poor quality standard for food industry, and marketing intelligence is not available with the food industry. So those are the constraints because of this. This sector is not developing better way. Next. Thank you, sir. This is my presentation. Any questions are there? I can give the answer. Any question regarding NABARD scheme or anything? Thanks to the organizer for giving me time. Next.
Sir, thank you very much. This is a very comprehensive, presentation, and not only will it help the participating delegates, but for the financial institutions, the scheduled commercial banks who are here, for everyone, it is very interesting to know on, all, not only all the various financing scene, but we are very happy to see the kind of, financing, retail financing, even the food processing fund and all of these will definitely, help the banks also who are participating, because, we can always keep on discussing with NABARD to see if there is an opportunity to look at, some of the clients approaching you directly. It might be competition, but I think it is fair enough to allow the food processing sector to grow. I mean, let the client decide where he wants to go, whether to, the various banks or to NABARD, because it's such a very interesting fund that you have. So thank you very much, sir. And I think we open the floor for a couple of questions if Vibha ji and Deepak ji agree.
Yes, we can open, but at the moment we do not have any question from the attendee.
Okay.
Any attendee, yeah. So if anyone is interested in asking question, then please post it on the chat or a question and answer window so that we can ask our panelists. So are we done with all the presentations? Are there any further questions for the panelists?
I think Raj ji as a panel was not able to join, but maybe we'll want to hear from others.
Yeah, any concluding remarks, Pradeep ji?
Actually, it's a good, actually, where you are organized such type of the seminar. And it's a good that with this particular sector require a lot of discussion and deliberation, so that some concrete things can come up particularly. And I think my suggestion is that we may also invite some of the state government officials also, like MB, Maharashtra State Agriculture Marketing Board, Agriculture Department, so that their role in the sector also can be highlighted. Government of India also on those sectors particularly, so that this particular sector where they require the banking support can be known to us, so that we can support in those directions. Thank you, sir.
Sir?
Uh,
Yeah.
No, just, I mean, thanking Pradeep ji. I think it's a very good suggestion.
Exactly. So I think there are no questions from the attendees. So with this, do we have your permission to conclude the session?
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay, great. So thank you everyone once again for joining the second day of sessions. And my sincere thank to Mr. Prasad for moderating this so wonderfully and so smoothly. And my big thanks to all the panelists who took time out of their busy schedule to share their views and thoughts with us on this subject. This is again a very important subject, and I hope our attendees got sufficient information and got benefited from the information provided by all the panelists. So I once again thank you, Prasadji and other panel members. So we look forward to speaking with you on different forum, maybe the next event that we organize. And with this, we end our sessions for day 2. Thank you very much.